Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. The big news for this show, which I have in the title, is that I had a tweet on X or a post which went viral. Last I checked, it had 301,000 views, which is the most views I've ever gotten on a social media post. It was about immigration, and it said, I should share it on the screen actually. Let me pull it up here. There it is. Now has 301,000 views and 310 to be exact. So it said this, immigrants take our jobs. That's in quotes. That's not me talking, but this is something you might hear from people who are anti-immigration. And then just under that, I say there's no right to a job and no right to be exempt from competition from immigrants. So I put that up on February 8th, shortly before midnight. That was 3 days ago. So it hasn't even been 3 full days. I wasn't really expecting it to do much. I like most of my tweets, they get, maybe 100 views. Um, just an average tweet, I thought. I didn't think anything was really going to happen. But then it just exploded. And I think partly because some big accounts shared it. You can see how many shares or reposts, retweets happened down here. Um, 48 reposts. And some of them were from relatively large accounts, like people with over 100,000 followers, some with uh, over 20,000 followers, some in the thousands, but that can often help a post go viral. So that surely accounts for a lot of the views I got. And you can see there are lots of comments on it. 179 comment threads, but there are often multiple comments within each thread. So this is not 179 comments total. That's just 179 starting comments, and each of those starting comments might have a thread within it. And I replied to many of them. Here you can see me. I am participating. So I did many replies, and I think that also helped it pick up a lot of more views because sometimes people would even quote my replies to their comments, and then that would give the initial post more visibility. Now, a lot of the replies were just garbage. I think there's a lot of just racist people on X and people who would just um, insults, crude insults. So there was a lot of that, and I typically just block those people. But I did look for some decent replies, people who were being at least civil, and tried to reply to those. So, got to take a cough drop here. So I was very pleased by this. And I also posted about this on Facebook. I did this exact post on Facebook, maybe even before I posted on Twitter, about the same time. Um, but it got a lot of comments on Facebook as well. not, but it didn't go viral like this. So I was very pleased with that. And I picked up a few subscribers or followers. You can see it's up to 1420 now. I think when I originally posted this, it was like 1414. So I got a few people, not a lot. But as you can see, if you scroll through the comments, a lot of them were anti my position, which isn't really surprising. You see like this comment from this person gets 44 likes, and my comment gets 1 like. So there's a lot of people on the other side of this issue. And maybe I'll do more comments on immigration. Maybe that's a good way to get more views because if it's anything like this comment or this post that I did, then maybe I'll start getting more views. I think I've probably posted some things on immigration before, but for some reason, this one really took off. A lot of people bookmarked it, or relatively speaking. Um, so that was the major news between my last show 5 days ago, and today's show. And I just wanted to share that. Maybe some of you already knew about that, but in case you didn't, now you do. Let me come back to the chat. Oh, I see. We got some chats today already from Stephen Katz, Simon, and Stephen put in a super sticker. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. My first financial contribution of the day. So hi to both of you and to anyone else who's watching. I like to engage with my chat and make this an interactive show. And that means you can shape the topics I discuss. So you can take advantage of that. If there's something you want to hear about, you can mention it in the chat, or you can also call in. I have a Zoom link pinned in the chat on YouTube. And there's also a phone number you can dial if you prefer to call in that way. And I appreciate likes on the stream. That'll help push this out to more people. Shares. So what do you all want to talk about today? I could talk more about the immigration topic. I could go through some of the posts, some of the comments on X and maybe reply to some of them in real time. But I want to give priority to people who are here live. So if there's something you want to talk about, let me know. I am feeling kind of short on sleep. Well, I am short on sleep. So, and that's at least largely because of this viral post. I was up one night doing a lot of replies through the night when normally I would be sleeping, but I don't remember exactly what happened. Maybe I woke up earlier than I normally did, and then my I checked X, and then I saw, wow, this is getting a lot of views, and so then I wanted to help feed it, help give it some momentum by replying to a lot of people. And so I was up at like in the middle of the night one night. I think it was the night before last night, doing a lot of replies. So it messed up my sleep schedule somewhat, and I'm a bit low on sleep now. So if I get more participation from you all, that will help me stay stay energized here. I don't know if I like how long my show is going to be today. Usually I start earlier, but I was a little late getting ready today, and we'll see what my energy levels are like today. Maybe it'll pick up more as the show goes on, but um, I suspect if I get some participation, get some interesting topics going on, then my energy will start to increase. Just a sec. Okay. Bobby Williams is here. Hello. Bobby called in to sing happy birthday with his grandmother a couple shows ago for the Ayn Rand birthday show. So thank you again, Stephen, for that super sticker. Let me start a goal here. I'm going to share my chat screen as I usually do. Um, I'm going to start a super chat goal. Let's set it at 5 super chats, and I'm going to say any amount. All the colors will count towards the goal. And I'll set it at 3 hours. That's the maximum time. So hopefully within 3 hours, I'll get 5 super chats. Okay. Start goal. All right. So that's going now. Oh, Objective Ethics is here. Hello. I saw part of his show a few days ago on Sunday, and nice to interact with him. So if you want to, oh, Bobby Williams, he just put in a super chat. Thank you. Let me give that a heart and a like. So I give priority to super chats. Bobby put in 9.99. I'm gonna go straight to his super chat because I prioritize super chats, and he's now got us at. Oh, why doesn't that say 1 out of 5? Did he put it in? Maybe you entered it a few seconds before I set the goal to start because if it just came in, maybe your your entry of your super chat overlapped with my starting of that goal. So, but I'm going to count it anyways. I'm going to count it anyways, and I'm also going to count super stickers. So I'm going to count Steven's super sticker towards the goal. So even though it says 0 out of 5 here, I'm actually going to count it as 2 out of 5 because Steven did this super sticker and Bobby did this super chat maybe a few seconds before the goal was in YouTube. So I'm going to count this as being 2 out of 5. So if I can just get 3 more, I'll count it as having been met. Oh, the Hylomorphist is also here. Hello. I'm not sure if you're new or if you've been here before. I like to, if you're new here, I usually like to check out your channel, but um, actually let me separate this chat out into another window, and then I'm going to take Bobby's super chat. It's okay, Hilo. I remember you from last Sunday, says Bobby. Yeah, the name sounds a little familiar, so maybe you were in one of my previous shows. All right, let me minimize some of these other windows. Okay, so and as Stephen Katz just put in a question about Grover Cleveland. But let me first, I want to address Bobby Williams's super chat. Bobby asked, "Do you agree more with Peikoff or Yaron on immigration? Why?" I agree more with Yaron, and Why? Well, first I should say who these people are and what their views are for anyone who doesn't know. So Leonard Peikoff was Ayn Rand's top student for decades, and he's still alive. He's in his 90s now. And Yaron Brook is the chairman of the board of the Ayn Rand Institute, and he has his own show, the Yaron Brook Show. And they have different views on immigration, or at least they did in the past. I don't know. Peikoff is retired now, and he um, I don't hear from him as much these days as he used to have a podcast, uh, which came out maybe once a week, but I think he retired that about 10 years ago, something like that. So he doesn't say much now. So I don't know what his current views on immigration are, but at least back when he did his podcast, he actually had a debate with Yaron Brook on the topic of immigration. And Yaron was more pro-immigration, and Peikoff was more in favor of having restrictions. And the reason Peikoff wanted more restrictions is, at least that I can remember, this is a long time ago, but if I recall correctly, Peikoff was concerned that a lot of immigrants would vote Democratic, and that would be very bad for the country. So, in order for there to be, at least this was one of his reasons. I don't know if there were other reasons, but this is the one I remember. Maybe you can tell me if there were others, if you know. But he was concerned that the country was going to go more Democratic, more left, if more immigrants were in the country voting for Democrats. And for that reason, he he was somewhat wary of just having a more open immigration system. And I guess Iran did not have that concern, or at least not to the same extent. I don't know if he had that concern at all, but I think they differed over the facts about immigration. I don't know. I don't recall exactly what facts they differed over, like over how likely it was for there to be, how likely it was that immigrants would vote Democrat, or maybe the dispute was about something else. I'm not sure. By the way, thanks for the super chat, Objective Ethics. I will, oh, it's not a question. It just says, you'll be debating a Christian friend on my channel, on uh, your channel, you mean? But I'm reading it in your voice. So your super chat says, I will be debating a Christian friend on my channel Sunday about free will. SB is a good show. Should be a good show. I guess that's what SB must be. I'm going to give that a heart and a like. Thank you. I appreciate that super chat. Okay, so there's something you can watch about free will. All right, thank you. So now we're 3 out of 5 towards the goal up here, and it says 1 out of 5 because his super chat came in well after I had completed setting the goal up, so YouTube was able to register that. But we're actually at 3 out of 5 because I'm counting Steven's sticker here and Bobby's super chat. All right, but back to Bobby's super chat. Um, so I've said a little about Peikoff's view and Euron's view. Bobby says he watched the debate yesterday. It was about between Yaron Brook and Leonard Peikoff, and this was back in, I don't know what the year was, 2012 or so, something like that. Do you know? Maybe you could tell us if you just watched this debate yesterday. You say it was about non-offending ideological enemies of America. Okay, so my my first thought on that right now is I think there's a lot of ideological enemies who are American citizens, and I think you could argue that the real threat to America are Americans, like professors in universities who peddle anti-American viewpoints. And that's really the most serious kind of threat to America, not immigrants coming in who might vote Democratic, but intellectuals who teach generations and generations of students and teach them anti-Western or anti-American ideas. I don't know if this is a point Yaron made, but I have heard other objectivists make this sort of point. Like the real, if America falls, it's not going to be primarily because of external threats to it. It's going to be because it rotted from within, and it had itself accepted all kinds of cancerous ideas. And, maybe this also happened in the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire, I mean, its fall, you could say that happened over the course of centuries, right? A long time. And ultimately, barbarians from outside the empire invaded and sacked it, but you could say they were only able to do that because Rome had rotted from within, maybe due to its philosophy, the ideas, or the religions that had been active in the empire. Christianity, I think, is cited by Edward Gibbon, the famous historian of the Enlightenment. I think he cited Christianity as weakening the Roman Empire, but also there was earlier philosophy in the uh, Hellenistic period um, that might have weakened it. So if you accept rotten ideas, then I think that's going to lead in the long run to the downfall of a civilization. It's not going to be because some external force attacked. They're just cashing in on the damage you've already done to yourself. And I do think there are a lot of cancerous ideas United States that are prevalent in the United States. Um, so, like, I think there's a lot of anti-Western sentiments. Um, we live on stolen land. A lot of people will say. Now, there's there might be partial truth in that. I don't think everything that the colonists did was good. The European colonists when they came over. I have a video about this. It's actually called "Did We Steal Their Land?" If you look that up on my channel, you can find some discussion of that. But I think I think many people they they throw out the baby with the bathwater. I don't know what the best metaphor is to use, but there's a lot of good in the United States, and arguably it's the best country ever in its founding ideals in upholding the individual's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It certainly wasn't perfect in its implementation of those ideas. It had slavery. That was the worst contradiction of those ideas. And it got rid of that contradiction over time. It fought a war and got rid of slavery. So I think the country, in essence, is excellent, but it wasn't always perfectly implemented. It's like founding ideals. But I think many people they don't credit America properly for its virtues, and they overemphasize its flaws and use that as a basis for attacking the United States. And I think this is very common in academia. So let's see, coming back to this super chat, um, I'm thinking now, well, why do I favor Iran's more open attitude towards immigration? Well, I I guess if there is a concern about people voting Democratic, there should also be a concern about people voting Republican. Now, I don't think this was as true back when this debate happened between Peikoff and Yaron Brook as it is today. I think the Republican Party has gotten much worse under Trump. But today, I think it's more uh, prudent to vote for Democrats rather than Republicans. At least if the Republicans who are in the race are Trumpists who are just blindly, servilely following Trump. Um, and it seems like much of the Republican Party is that. And those who aren't, who are anti-Trump, I think are in the minority now. So maybe it's a good thing if immigrants are voting for Democrats today, or maybe a lesser evil at least. I'm not saying it's good. I mean, I think both parties are very bad, both major parties, Democrats and Republicans. But I do think the Republicans are worse today. S- So, but maybe to be fair to this question, I should treat it as back then, though, when they had this debate in, I don't know if it was 2012 or what the year was, I didn't really have a strong view myself at the time. I wasn't following world affairs and American news as closely as I am today. So back then, I heard the debate and it was interesting, but it was just something for me to consider. And but I didn't really come down thinking, oh, I definitely agree with Peikoff or I definitely agree with Yaron Brook. I just didn't have a strong view on that one way or the other. Um, but now, assuming Peikoff's view is still what it was back then, now I would say I would definitely f favor Yaron's view. Okay. Oh, Agosti is here. Hi, Agosti. Wishing you the best, he says. Thanks. Same to you. And thanks for your super chat or your super sticker last time. I think I mentioned that when it came in, but in case I missed it, um, I do appreciate that. So, does that suffice for answering the why, or I don't know, did I really address the why part of this? Well, I mean, the standard reasons for anti-immigration, there's three main reasons that I've heard. One is the point I have in my title here. They'll take our jobs. Now, I don't know that that was at all part of Leonard Peikoff's thinking. Um, I don't recall him saying anything about that, but at least out in the culture, I think you will often hear this sort of concern. And that's not a concern for me because I think that's actually an anti-American viewpoint because I think America is a country of individualism where you have no right to something just because you're part of some group like American citizens. That doesn't give you a right to a job. There's no right to a job if that means someone has to provide you with a job. You can apply for jobs, you can look for jobs, and I think everyone has a right to do that. You can seek work, but no one owes it to you to give you work or hire you. Um, so what do you mean our jobs? They're not your jobs. You have to earn your job, and someone has to voluntarily agree to give you a job. They're not your jobs to dispense with. Now, if you're an entrepreneur, if you create some kind of business, then you can say, I'm going to give this job to so and so, and it's your job to give, or at least you can offer it. Like you can't force anyone to accept it. That's the other side of this, right? It might be your job to give, but it's someone else's prerogative to accept the offer. So it has to be a mutually agreed upon arrangement. Um, it- but if you create jobs, then you can say, this is my job to give. But if you're not the creator of a job, you can't, and someone else gives the job to someone you don't want to have it. Well, it's not yours to say who he should give it to, right? You didn't create that job. So I think this whole perspective implies some falsehoods. Like there's some collective kind of ownership of all jobs in America, as though they were just anonymously created by Americans, and we can vote democratically by majority or something on who the jobs go to. No, jobs are created by individuals, and it's the prerogative of those individuals who created the jobs to decide who they want to do business with. So you don't have a right to a job, and you have no right to be exempt from competition for jobs from immigrants. That was the other part of the, where's my other screen I was sharing? Okay, I think this is the one. Yeah. So I said that here in my X post. There's no right to a job, and no right to be exempt from competition from immigrants. So individual rights, which Ayn Rand upholds as the fundamental principle of a proper political system, it says that no one should initiate force against you. But no one's doing that if they just accept the job, right? Like they didn't steal a job from you. Like it wasn't your job to begin with. They didn't shoot you and prevent you from taking a job. I mean, if they did that, then that would be wrong. But if we're just talking about someone competing on the free market for a job, you have no right to that job. No one's initiating force against you, and that's all you have a right to ask of. You can only have a right to not have force initiated against you. No one can forcibly stop you from looking for work, but you can't use the force of the government to stop someone else from getting work. And it doesn't matter whether they're an American or an immigrant. Um, as long as they're not using force against you, you have no claim for them to stop what they're doing. You only have a claim if someone is initiating force against you. So the entire argument about they're taking our jobs is uh, very flawed. So that's the first main argument against immigration that I hear. The other two are they're going to take welfare and they're going to increase crime. And we talked a lot about those in the last show. Here's my addressing anti-immigration arguments. That was a main topic in the last show, and I didn't talk in that show much about the one I just talked about here, the one about they're going to take our jobs. I focused more on the other two anti-immigration arguments, the argument that they're going to go on welfare and live on us as parasites, and the argument that they're going to increase crime. I think those are both not good arguments. And I could say more about them now, but since I've already done a long show addressing those, maybe I'll just refer you to that for now. Um, or maybe I'll say at least a little about it here, but let me come back to the chat. And oh, so maybe just to wrap up on Bobby's super chat here. So all the three arguments that I know of for anti-immigration, I think they're all not good arguments. Um, Welfare, crime, and take our jobs. I think none of those are good arguments. And then maybe we can call a fourth argument this concern about they're going to vote Democratic, and I don't think that's a good argument. either, at least not today, because I don't think the Democrats are even the worst party. And even if they were, I mean, people, well, for one thing, I don't, you can't automatically vote just because you're an immigrant. I think you need to be a United citizen before you can vote. So, uh, but millions of American citizens vote Democrat. What are we gonna, should we deport them or put them in jail or something? I mean, people have a right to vote for some party that you don't support yourself. So I don't think the idea that more people are going to vote Democrat, even if that's true, I don't know if it is true, but even if it is true, I don't think that's a good reason to oppose immigration. Okay, so those are the four arguments anti-immigration, and I don't think any of them are good. So that's my reason for siding with Iran and favoring a more open immigration society. Okay, so I hope that answers Bobby's question. If you want to follow up on that, feel free. Thank you again for your super chat. Okay, I see Stephen also put in a super chat. Thank you, Stephen. So we're now up to 2 out of 5. Okay, well, that means we hit the goal because I said I was going to count the sticker from Stephen as well as the, oh no, is that, let's see, it was the, yeah, the sticker from Stephen, Bobby's super chat. So that's two. And then after that, there was one super chat from Objective Ethics and oh, okay. So I guess we're at four now, four total. Okay, so we need one more super chat to hit the goal. Okay, so thank you, Stephen, for this super chat. Okay, let me give that a heart and a like. And just before I get to that, let me come back to this super chat from Objective Ethics. Thank you again, Objective Ethics. Interestingly, I heard you say on your last show the reason you chose that name, which I wasn't aware of until you like I thought maybe you meant objective in the sense of stance independent or mind independent, because that's often how the term objectivism is understood. But you said you had chosen it just because it was a kind of compromise position between unreasonable ethical positions. And I guess you thought objective was sort of a compromise or reasonable view. So that's what you meant by objective ethics, like a reasonable ethics or a compromise position ethics. Not you didn't mean it in the technical, philosophical, metaphysical sense of stance independent. Although I think in your later discussions and debates, maybe you've gone on to argue in favor of that more technical meaning of objective ethics. Although I'm not sure you're entirely committed to that, because it sounded like from your last debate, maybe, or your last show, um, you thought like the ultimate end of ethics is subjective, but the means of getting there is objective, or something like that. I forget exactly how you put it. So, anyways, I got a better understanding of what you have meant by your name, objective ethics, by listening to that show. So that was an interesting part of your show from Sunday. And you say you'll be debating a Christian friend on your channel this coming Sunday. Okay. So that's the 15th. Yeah. February 15th, Sunday, you'll be debating a Christian friend about free will. Should be a good show, you say. Okay. Hope that goes well. I think you said you're a soft determinist, and we talked some about free will here on my show. So maybe I'll check that out, or at least part of that show on Sunday. Thanks for letting me know, and thanks again for your super chat. Okay, I see there's some more chats here from Bobby, and maybe I'll address some of these chats before I get to Steve's Steve's super chat since they're on topic, and maybe I'll do a separate segment on Steve's. Well, I don't know how much I have to say, but I'll do at least a little time on Steve's super chat. But just to keep a little momentum on some topics I've already addressed. Let me look at some of these other chats that have come in. Thanks for all the chats. I do appreciate it. Thanks for likes on the stream. I like to check in on my analytics every once in a while. Okay. Oh, I was I think I'm ready to get my first check from YouTube. Or well, I don't know if it's that, but the when I log into my account now, it looks a little different than it used to. Okay, so now I can start ads on my videos. Maybe that's the only change. It's not that I can get my first check. I don't know when that's going to happen. I'm just trying to share another window. Okay, so this is new. This looks a little different. When I come into my earnings tab here on YouTube, it says you've unlocked new ways to earn. You can now earn through ads on your videos and more. And the reason for that is because I've now got over 4,000 hours of watch time on my channel within the last 365 days. So here's the watch time. That's in the last 28 days. But if I set this to the last 365 days, you can see it's over 4,000. And that's 4,000 was the threshold I needed to hit in addition to having 1,000 subscribers. So now that I've got over 4,000 hours of watch time, I am eligible to have ads run on my videos. So I haven't turned that on yet, but it looks like I can turn that option on. So maybe I'll do that soon. And I'll be really interested to know if you all start to see ads when you watch my videos. Now, if you just turn in for the live stream, maybe you won't see it. Maybe ads are only placed in like after the fact, non live stream videos. I'm not sure how it works, but if anyone ever starts to see ads, I'd be interested to know. I don't think I'll be able to see it because I'm a YouTube Premium member. If you sign up for YouTube Premium, pay for like 14 bucks a month or something, or 13 bucks, you don't see any ads. No ads on any YouTube videos. But if you're not a YouTube Premium member, then you might see ads sometimes. So I need another cough drop here. So that's the new thing. I can turn on ads. So I don't know when I'm going to turn them on. Maybe I'll turn it on before my next live stream. But I still don't know when I'm going to start getting paid. So this thing over here, it still says setup in progress, no action needed right now. And it says once the payment threshold is met, we will notify you for additional information. But I've already met the payment threshold. The payment threshold is $100, and I've already got over $100. Oh, those are my comments. I meant to go to this page. You can see I've already got over $100. So I don't know why it's not letting me choose right now what my payment method is going to be, because that's what it says. We will notify you when to provide a form of payment. Like I get to choose whether they pay me by check in the mail or electronic funds transfer. And I thought I should be able to make that selection as soon as I hit the payment threshold. And I've hit the payment threshold, I think at least a week ago. So I don't know what the holdup there is. I don't know if maybe YouTube just has a really long first cycle. Like if you get your first payment in the month of January, then they don't process that until February. So maybe I'm just somewhere in their payment cycle that doesn't allow me yet to choose a payment method. But I'm just waiting on them right now to let me choose a payment method. So hopefully by the next stream, I will be able to do that and start getting money. But I do appreciate the super chats now. That money will eventually be accessible to me, I'm sure. So um, I encourage you to keep it coming. All right, back to the chat. Money bags, Norton, says Bobby, and a bunch of dollar signs. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I want to make this a financially self-sustaining venture so I can spend more time on it and do more quality content. Like if I can spend more time preparing for the show rather than doing other unrelated things just to make money, then I'll be able to put out better content and be able to grow the channel more. So, and I hope that's in all of our interests, right? If I can do more to promote Ayn Rand and promote Ayn Rand better, then I think that's good for everyone who wants Ayn Rand's ideas to get more of a hearing. Okay, so let me look at some more of these chats before I get to Steven's chat. By the way, Steven, if you have to go at a certain time, you can let me know and then I will get to your super chat quicker. So if you, I do want to give priority to super chats, but I also want to weigh that against the value of having a certain continuity and momentum with other topics that have come out. Like Yaron, he puts off all his super chats to the end of his show. I don't necessarily want to do that. I don't really have a defined end time for my show. So I think right now, at least, I will address them more as they come in, but there still might be some delay, even if I don't delay it like all the way to the end. But if anyone who does a super chat has to go at a certain point and you would like me to address your chat when you are here live, let me know that in the chat and then I will get to it more quickly. Okay. So, yeah, let me look at some of these other chats here. I read this one and then Bobby says when Trump was candidate, but Obama was president. Oh, that's when the debate was? I thought it was earlier than that because that would have been 2015 or 2016. Trump announced his candidacy in 2015. I thought it might have been earlier, like 2012, like when Romney was running against Obama, but I could be misremembering that. Bobby says, I am concerned with potential immigrants giving more power to the MAGA movement as well as we saw with the 2025 election. Or 2024 election, you say here. Okay. And you say, yeah, Dan, DW. What does DW mean? Oh, don't worry. You are good. I guess you mean I sufficiently addressed your super chat. And then you say, I agree with Peikoff, but appreciate you sharing your perspective. Okay. You're welcome. Um, but back on this one, you say you're concerned with potential immigrants giving more power to the MAGA movement. Well, I mean, I think they use immigrants as scapegoats. Um, now, so I wonder if it's a kind of appeasement to be like soft on immigration because, or rather hard on immigration in the sense that you're opposed to it because MAGA will try to exploit them somehow and call them invaders and make up these false narratives about them. Um, I mean, I don't know if that's what you mean by immigrants giving power to the MAGA movement, but I think if that is the sort of thing you mean, I think there might be a kind of appeasement there. Like we shouldn't sacrifice immigrants just because MAGA is going to try to distort the narrative about them. We should stand up for their rights, stand up for what's true, and fight against MAGA intellectually on the issue. Ghosty says they take our jobs is like saying they take my products from the supermarkets. Yeah, they're not your products, right? Unless you're actually the producer of those products. And then Bobby says, yeah, those three arguments about immigration, I guess you mean, are nonsense. The arguments about welfare, they take our jobs, and crime. Peikoff would throw those out as collectivistic as well, says Bobby. Compromising on principles equals eating cake with only a little poison. Okay, but what's the compromise on principles that you're referring to? Yeah, I'm not sure what you have in mind there. Your own life. I don't know where that goes. See, this is one of the problems I think when I read super chats later than when they come in. It's a little hard to figure out sometimes what they're referring to. So I'm not sure what this means. Objective ethics says yes. Okay. I remember now because I just saw objective ethics. Yeah, I was saying how his understanding of what it means to be objective is that it means you have a kind of compromise position, something like that. So that must be what Bobby is referring to here. And then objective ethics says, yes, that is true. The name was just a nod to compromise, but now I have studied the philosophy and I do believe in objective morality. Okay, so and when you say that, you mean you believe in objective morality in the sense of stance independence or mind independent morality. I think that's what you mean. You can confirm that or disconfirm that. So when you first came up with this name, objective ethics, it meant kind of compromise ethics. But now that you have studied the philosophy and the technical meaning of objective, you actually believe that you believe in objective morality in that technical sense, not just as compromise morality, but as stance independent or mind independent morality. So now maybe we should interpret your name differently than you initially meant it, since you now have a new understanding of it. Um, Now, I do want to just say, and I might have said, I probably said this before, that Ayn Rand's meaning when she says objective is different than this. So Ayn Rand does not mean stance independent or mind independent when she says ethics or morality is objective. She means that there's a sort of hybrid combination of both consciousness and existence. So the truth or the good is not just out there in reality, independent of consciousness or anyone's mind, but it's also not simply in the mind or consciousness, independent of any relation to external reality. It's the mind has a grasp of reality. So there's a kind of combination of the two, of consciousness and existence, of the mind and reality. And when the mind is in touch with reality, that's when you have objectivity. And that's what, and she thinks you can have that sort of objectivity in the field of ethics, your view of what's good and right or bad and wrong. It's not solely in your mind without any relation to reality, and it's not solely in reality apart from your mind. There's only good for an agent, right? There's no just good, period, full stop. Like this cough drop that I'm using right now, it's not just good, period. It's good for me, given my goals. So it's not me independent or mind independent. So when you say you believe in objective morality, I just want to note that that's different than what I mean, or than what Rand means when we might say that we believe in objective morality. Okay. And that's not yet to say who's right, or maybe are we both right, or are we both wrong, but I just want to note that there is a difference in meaning of objective morality. It's a further discussion as to which, if either of the views is correct or incorrect. And maybe we can get into that some. But let me read some more of these chats based on, I don't know what that's referring to. Maybe I'll figure it out later. Based on two things: logical consistency and the conditional imperative of maximum cooperation. I'm going to open my chat in another on my phone here so I can look at two different parts of the chat at the same time. I like to be able to see the latest chats coming in. That's why I'm going to my phone. But I'm addressing a different part of the chat on my screen right now. Okay. Based on two things, logical consistency and so I guess you mean you believe in objective morality based on two things? Logical consistency and the conditional imperative of maximum cooperation. Okay. So conditional imperative as opposed to the categorical imperative. Sometimes conditional imperative is also called hypothetical imperative. That's when morality has an if-then structure. If you want such and such, then you should do so and so. But categorical imperatives just say you should do such and such. They're not conditional or hypothetical. And Ayn Rand takes that view that morality is hypothetical or conditional, not categorical, as it was for Kant. So objective ethics is saying that his view of morality as objective is based on logical consistency and the conditional imperative of maximum cooperation. I've heard you talk about cooperation some, and I see Bobby here asks, why is cooperation a value? Okay, so there's a back and forth here between Bobby and objective ethics, and then Simon comes here at the end. Again, Steve, if you're here and you want me to address your super chat sooner, let me know. But I think I got some momentum here on this topic, so I think I'm gonna stick with this for a while. But just remember, you can always let me know if you want me to address your super chat sooner. Thank you for that super chat. Okay, so I was up to, oh yeah, Bobby asks, why is cooperation a value? And objective ethics says it is a conditional goal, but the value is based on evolution. We are a social animal. We are most successful when we cooperate. Okay. There is definitely a value to social interaction. Ayn Rand mentions the division of labor as one benefit of working with others instead of having to create everything on your own as a self-sustaining farmer. You can, your standard of living can be much higher if people specialize in different things, like boat making, objective ethics. I think he said that he works in that industry of building boats. So if you have person who focuses on that and another one who focuses on creating shoes and another one who focuses on harvesting plants, then you can be much wealthier as a result rather than trying to do all those things yourself. Maybe you just can't, you don't have the time to develop the expertise necessary to be good at all of those things. But if you specialize, you're much better off and then trade with others, value for value, then everyone can be better off. So the whole is greater than the sum of the parts in a sense. That is the idea that the amount you could produce just on your own, if you added up that with what everyone else could produce just on their own, that's less than what everyone could produce if they cooperate and work together and trade with each other. And there's also the accumulation of knowledge. That's another benefit that I that Rand mentions. I'm not sure which essay this was. It might have been her essay, What is Capitalism? But I remember the two core benefits that she mentions from working with others or being in society with others are the division of labor and the accumulation of knowledge. So instead of having to reinvent the wheel, discover everything yourself from scratch, you can learn from others, and then generation after generation, you can build on what others have learned. Newton can build on what Galileo discovered, and Einstein can build on what Newton discovered. And then we can do much better than if we all had to discover everything ourselves from scratch. Okay, we are most successful when we cooperate. Successful at survival? Not necessarily, says Bobby. It depends on the character of the people who you are cooperating with. Whole point of Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, if you're a Jew in Nazi Germany, then you're better off leaving that society. That's a society that does not help you survive. It's actually destructive of your ability to survive. But if you can find a society that actually does adhere to certain principles of social interaction, like not coercing each other, if people interact with each other in a voluntary way, then you can benefit from that sort of society. So, um, It's definitely relevant what type of society is as to whether it's in your interest to join it. But that should be the standard, what's in your self-interest. There's egoistic reasons for joining society, and if those reasons disappear because the society becomes corrupt, then it behooves you to look for a different society, or maybe leave society altogether if there are no better societies. Why should I care about cooperating with people whose interests don't align with mine? And then objective ethics says you would need to justify why you would limit who should and should not cooperate. But selecting the goal is a subjective value system. Once the goal is accepted, then you have objective actions, which can help you achieve your goal based on cause and effect. So what about self-interest? Would that provide a reason for deciding who you should and should not cooperate with? Like, oh, my chat just crashed. Gotta reload it. And then I gotta pop it out again. Okay. Oh, now it's sharing the wrong screen. I gotta reshare this. Okay. Maybe I should copy these chats also because sometimes YouTube doesn't preserve the live chat replay after the stream. So just in case that happens, I want to copy all the chats and then I can paste them in a comment below the video afterwards. But usually like 95+% of the time, the chat gets preserved. Oh yeah, I wanted to come to this screen. Thanks for the likes. See, it's up to 6 likes now. I'm looking, okay. I was just looking for the file where I'm gonna paste all these chats and I just found it. Okay, so now I've got all the chats preserved, at least through right now. And that's also good because if the chat crashes again in all my windows, I will have a place where I can find them. All right. So where are we on the super chat goal? Did I hit the goal? Or what happened to the goal? See, right now it's giving me an option to add a new goal, but is that because we already hit the goal? Because I set it for 3 hours and it hasn't been 3 hours. I've only been streaming for a little over 1 hour. Um, let's see, so after Bobby's super chat, there was one from Steven. The way they display in this other window where I've pasted the super chats in, it's not clear where like it's hard to read the super chats, but I think it was after Bobby's. Okay, yeah, that's right. After Bobby's super chat, there was a super chat from Objective Ethics and then a super chat from Steven, and that was the last one. Okay. So we're up to four now, four out of the five. I don't know why the gold disappeared here. Maybe that's because the screen crashed and it doesn't preserve the goal that we were working towards. So I'm going to set a new goal here. I'm just going to set it at one super chat this time because that's all we needed to get to the goal of five. And again, I will accept all colors and I'll change it to 2 hours instead of three because originally set it for 3 hours, but it's been about an hour since I set that. So um, this will amount to the same thing. So 2 more hours. If I get one more super chat, then we will hit the original goal of five super chats or super stickers in the first 3 hours. Okay, so that goal is now live. 2 hours to get one more super chat. We will hit the goal. Okay, sorry for the interruption about that. Sometimes my chat just crashes and I don't know what I need to do to avoid that. But where was I here in the chat? There was a back and forth between Objective Ethics and Bobby. Okay, yeah, I was up to this one. You would need to justify why you would limit who you should and should not cooperate with. But selecting the goal is a subjective value system. Once the goal is selected, then you have objective actions, which can help you achieve your goal based on cause and effect. All right, you guys are way ahead of me now in the chat. I see if I don't know what the best thing for me to do here is. Should I jump forward or keep going in order? I see Simon just came in with a couple, or Simon and Objective Ethics. Objective Ethics says, I can't believe you have the energy to do these long streams. I run out of gas after the first 2 hours. I'm not sure what accounts for the difference. When I first streamed, I I usually just went like I started my stream last March of 2025. And for about maybe the first 3 months, my streams were typically around 2 hours. But I wouldn't say that's because I was exhausted necessarily. Like I ran out of energy then. I think it might have been that I didn't feel as comfortable as I am now of just improvising. And maybe I felt like I was just running out of things to say, and so it's better to just end the stream now. Or sometimes there would also be a lull in the chats. And that doesn't happen as much now because I've grown my audience since I originally started streaming about a year ago, and it's less likely that there's going to be a really long lull. But that happened more often in the early days of my streaming. So I think that might have been a reason that I would sometimes end the stream, not because I was running out of energy. Um, so I'm not sure what accounts for the difference. I mean, if you're just like, if you're hanging out with a friend, you could talk for hours, right? Let's say a friend comes over, maybe you have a meal, chat philosophy. That could go on for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, right? You could do that. So it might have something to do with the way you run your show. Like if it's very structured and planned in advance and you have more of an agenda than if it's just like a free-flowing improvisational kind of show, which is what mine is. So if you have a very structured kind of show, I've seen your show a few times, so I have some idea what it's like. And I guess it's maybe a bit more structured than mine. Like you typically have a scheduled guest on your Sunday show, and then you open up the panel so other people can join in, and then that goes on for a while. And I don't have that much structure. I mean, people can call in, but they can call in at any time. Sometimes there are no calls, and I just engage with the chat the whole time. So I don't know. Maybe your pre-planned structure that you have, maybe somehow that is more energy intensive, or I don't know if it creates more stress that makes it harder to go much longer. Like if having a more structured plan makes it more stressful, then that might cost more energy. So I don't know. I'm just speculating here. But if you just see it as like hanging out, I think you could do that for so many hours. And that's basically what I'm doing here. I'm just hanging out with you guys. And I mean, there's a focus to it. Like mostly it's focused on philosophy, but I'm just hanging out. It's not really structured or scripted. So maybe if you have that sort of structure, it's easier to go longer. Okay. Anyway, um, let me look at some of these other chats. More philosophical topics. I see Bobby is referencing Rourke here, and earlier there was a reference to Atlas Shrugged. Now, I don't think Objective Ethics has read Ayn Rand's novels yet, so he might not know what you're talking about there, and I don't know if he's concerned about plot spoilers, but um, from my understanding, Objective Ethics has read, he's dipped into the Ayn Rand lexicon some. I don't know if you've read any essays in full, but and he only started looking into Rand's maybe a month or two ago. So he's pretty new to Ayn Rand's. So I don't know if he's going to understand some of the references you're making to Ayn Rand's fiction. All right, I'm going earlier in the chat to see if there's anything I want to comment on. Yeah, this is the one I was up to. So there's this idea, very common in ethics, that the you can be objective about the means, but not about the end of ethics. Like the ultimate goal you select is arbitrary. You can't say that's objectively the correct goal, whether it's to pursue your own happiness or your own life, or to maximize the number of bananas you eat, or whether the end should be piling stones on top of each other. But once you choose that end, then you can say, okay, well, this is the best, this is objectively the best means to achieve that end. So I think that's the sort of idea that objective ethics here is referring to when he says once the goal is accepted, then you have objective actions, but the goal itself is subjective. And I don't agree with that. I think even the end, now I don't know if I would say the end is objective or it just is. Like there are certain things which I don't think the terminology of subjective or objective applies to, like perception. Leonard Peikoff, Ayn Rand's top student, he makes this point in his book, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, about the perceptual level. Like if you just see something, like right now, I can see a book. Now that's not a subjective perception. It's not an objective perception. It just is. There is a perception of the book. The categories of objective and subjective only come into relevance once you're on the conceptual level. Concepts and thoughts made out of concepts can be objective or subjective, but not simply perceptions. And now I don't know if there is an analogous point that can be made about goals. Like, are goals neither subjective nor objective? Are they just are? And it's premature to try to classify them as subjective or objective. So I'm not sure what I would say about that, but I wouldn't say that the ultimate goal is subjective. At least I would want to hear an argument for that. You know, what exactly do you mean by subjective? And then does it apply in this case of ultimate goals? Maybe that's something we could talk about. But let me just read some more of these chats. So a value is just whatever a person wishes to achieve, says Bobby. Then you don't have a standard of value, and it's a meaningless concept. Value presupposes a value to whom and for what. Peikoff has a solid lecture on the two definitions of value. And then objective ethics says value judgment is always subjective. That doesn't mean it has to be meaningless. It just means that you cannot have an objective value. Bobby says, I have plenty of objective values. Name some of them, says objective ethics. Bobby says, my car, my girlfriend, Dan Norton, my job, the dinner I just ate. Oh, well, thank you for including me in your list of not only values, but objective values. I appreciate that. Um, okay. And then objective ethics says all of those only have subjective value. The value is subject to your stance. This is not objective in any way. Brother, how could valuing be possible without a subject who values? Exactly why I stated that all values are subjective. Okay, so it looks like here what's happening is you're using the term subjective in different senses. Objective ethics is using it in the metaphysical sense, where to be subjective just means it has something to do with a subject, whereas Bobby is using it in the sense of uh, um, just based on emotion or whim or feeling, not based on any facts of reality. And in that sense, it's the sense in which Ayn Rand uses it, where she contrasts subjective both with objective and also intrinsic. So I think you're talking past each other, or maybe you just haven't realized yet that you're using two different senses of subjective. Maybe that's going to come out in later chats. So let me keep reading. Bobby says they are objective because, irregardless of my perspective on them, they benefit my life and interests. That is the sense in which they are objective. There's at least an element of the metaphysical sense there in what you just said. You're saying, regardless of your perspective. So you're saying, like, in a mind independent kind of way, like, regardless of what I think or believe, it's true that certain things benefit my life. So I think there is a component, like the metaphysical and the epistemological sense of objective, they are related to each other. They're not like the word trunk, like where in one sense it's an elephant's the thing that comes off the front of an elephant, and in another sense it's the back part of your car. Where these are just completely unrelated senses. They have nothing to do with each other. It's just a coincidence of our language that the same sound is used for entirely different things, and maybe other languages would use entirely different sounds. But I don't think the objective in the metaphysical and epistemological sense is like that, like the word trunk. I think there is a relation. Um, they're not completely unrelated, but they are different. And specifying exactly what the difference is, maybe we can get into that some more. But let me read some more of these chats. Continuing to listen while I do my workout. This is a very interesting conversation. I love having these discussions, says Objective Ethics. All right. Well, I appreciate that. Glad it's interesting. And thanks for your participation here. Hope you have a good workout and hope it's an objective value, at least in some sense of objective. Okay. So that was I jumped ahead to the end of the chat to read that one. But going back to where I was, Bobby says, Mr. Objective Ethics, nobody is saying you can have values without a valuer. Maybe you mean nobody in this chat is saying that. I think some people might say that, but Ayn Rand wouldn't say that. She says there has to be a valuer for there to be values. And then Simon comes in and says, Objective rejects this understanding of stance dependent values. Well, she rejects stance independence, not stance dependent. Like whether something is a value does depend on your stance, so to speak. Like um, maybe someone values being a dentist as a profession. I don't value that. given my stance or my context of values and knowledge and interests. So that being a dentist can be a value to someone else. It's not a value to me. Whereas being a philosopher or a podcaster, that is a value to me, but it's not a value to other people. So values are stance dependent in that way. But um, maybe Simon means something a bit different. Now, that's not to say it's subjective. So now, so when I say values are stance dependent, I don't mean to imply that they're subjective in a metaphysical sense, like they're just in my mind and they have nothing to do with reality independent of my mind. That's not what I mean. So if you what you mean there in saying objectivism rejects stance dependent values, if what you mean is it rejects metaphysical subjectivism about values, like values only exist in your mind, then yeah, then I would agree with what you're saying there. And then Simon says, even in the theories of subjectivity from Kant, Descartes, etc., subjectivity is when you value something based on feelings rather than facts. Yeah, that's the sense in which Ayn Rand rejects subjectivity. She's not denying that values have a relation to the minds, but that they are solely based on feelings and have nothing to do with facts. Like it's solely due to my feelings that I prefer to eat spaghetti rather than rocks. Um, no, there are facts about the mind independent world, like the nature, given the nature of rocks and the nature of spaghetti, they are given what they are, independent of me. It makes sense for me to value one rather than the other. So the reason I value spaghetti more than eating rocks has something to do with the external world. It also has something to do with how the external world makes me feel when I consume it, when I eat that spaghetti or try to eat the rock. But um, the reason I prefer one rather than the other has something to do with the facts about reality independent of me. So in that sense, they're not purely subjective. My preference for spaghetti over rocks is not subjective. It's not just all in my mind. Yes, I understand that Ayn Rand has a unique definition of objective. Well, I don't think it's not like she's the only one who uses the term objective in a epistemological sense. Now, exactly the way she formulates objective might be unique to her, but just the idea that there is a sense of objectivism which is different than mind independence is not unique to her. Like many people might say, well, I've given this example before, a teacher grading papers. If a teacher can grade papers objectively or subjectively, and if the teacher grades the paper based on facts of like what did the student write? Did the student display understanding of the concepts that they're asked to explain in the essay? Um, did they explain it clearly, succinctly, um, legibly? There are all kinds of facts about the paper which are relevant to grading the paper. Now, if a teacher grades by just her feelings about the student, like maybe she likes Johnny, but she dislikes Sam, right? Because maybe she happens to like the personality of Johnny more than the personality of Sam. And then she gives Johnny a higher grade than Sam because of that. That would be subjective grading, not objective grading. She's just going by her feelings about the two students, not by facts of relevant to the paper. So, and people use the term in this sense. When they say the teacher is being subjective and not objective, um, or when they say a teacher is being objective, they don't mean she's not using her mind at all, right? She's just a zombie and she has no consciousness, and she gave the grade that she gave while she was in a coma or something, a mind independent, a stance independent grade. No, that's not what people mean. When they say that someone was objective in the way they grade, they mean they went by the proper standards. They based their grade on the relevant facts, their perception, their grasp of the relevant facts about the paper. So I think there is a widely recognized and used sense of objective where it does not just mean mind independent. It means someone is going by a logical, rational, fact-based method. So their objectivity refers to a way of using your mind. In particular, it means you're using your mind in a logical, fact-based kind of way, not in a um, feeling-based way, divorced from the facts. And this is widely recognized. So it's not like Ayn Rand's sense is completely unique and she just came up with this out of nothing. Now, I mentioned her exact formulation of what objectivity is. That might be unique, and but the general idea of it, at least, is out there in the culture, and I think precedes Ayn Rand. And she's maybe building on that or refining that, giving it an exact formulation, fleshing out what it really means. So I think she does make an important contribution in our understanding of the epistemological sense of objectivity. And I think contrasting it with both subjectivity and intrinsicism, that's more unique to her. I think that's she coined that term, and um, that's much less used or understood out there in the culture. Um, so that whole framing of the trichotomy between objectivism, subjectivism, and intrinsicism, I think that's more unique to Ayn Rand. But just the general idea that there is an epistemological sense of objectivity, I think that predates Rand. Oh, Simon says he made a typo earlier. He said it objectivism rejects stance independent. Yeah, that's what I thought you might have meant. I mean, there's a sense in, if you take stance dependent to mean subjectivism, then Ayn Rand would reject that sense. But I thought maybe you had meant to write stance independent and say that's what objectivism rejects. Okay, that's from the end of the chat. So, you say that's I was addressing some of this other part of objective ethics' chat before I even had read it here. But just to finish reading it, he says, yes, I understand that Ayn Rand has a unique definition of objectivism. That's not the view I hold, nor is it a definition that I have seen apart from Ayn Rand fans. Yeah, so again, I think you see at least the general idea of it apart from Ayn Rand fans, but her exact formulation of it and her full understanding of objectivity, then yeah, that I do that's unique to her. Well, it's not like Rand invented the theory of subjectivity, says Simon. This is just what was presented. I remember Simon has said a few times that he's interested in epistemology, and we're definitely getting into some epistemology today. That is the theory of knowledge, if you don't know that term, epistemology, for anyone who doesn't know. Episteme is the Greek term, or at least one Greek term for the word knowledge. So epistemology is the study of knowledge, one of the fundamental branches of philosophy. How we know. Why do you reject the definition? It refers to a real observed relationship between objects and man's life. Do you not think that certain existents are contextually for or against a man's life and interests? So again, I don't know how much objective ethics has read of Ayn Rand's. Like, I don't know if he's read her work, The Objectivist Ethics, or Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. The lead essay in that, What is Capitalism, is actually the place where Ayn Rand first spells out her trichotomy of the objective, intrinsic, and subjective. And I've shared that before on screen, and I think it's in the lexicon, the Ayn Rand lexicon, which I've shared many times. So I don't know if objective ethics has seen that, but he might just not be aware of her view. So which is a precondition of rejecting it. So I don't know that you say why do you reject the definition? I don't know that he's aware of the definition to be able to then reject it, unless you just mean what you've presented here in this chat. Um, but um, well, let me just continue here. Um, it might be hard to get a really clear idea of Rand's understanding of objectivism just from a chat here on a YouTube show, a live YouTube show. It might be the sort of thing where you have to sit down and read an essay just on your own and have some time just to yourself to really process the idea. If like encountering this in a chat for the first time, it might just be too hard to really grasp the idea that way. But you could, I guess you could at least make a start on it. Oh, Florida Nick is here. He says, okay, YBS, Yaron Brook show is over. Now time for DNS, the Dan Norton show. What have I missed? Well, I started out by talking some about my viral post on X, or at least for me, it's viral. I mean, I got over 300 views, 300,000 views. Let's see what it's up to now. Where's my, oh, somebody sent me a DM on Facebook. Or, I mean, on X. I don't get those very often. Um, but I'm not going to open that right now. But okay, so when I started the stream, it was at 301.3 thousand views. I'm going to refresh this page and see what it's up to now. 301.8 thousand. So it went up by 500 over the last couple hours or so. So I think it's slowing down. It's not growing at the same rate it used to. So I don't know what it's going to top out at. Um, I was hoping it would at least cross the 300K threshold, and it did that. Um, so that's good to see. But it looks like it's slowing down. So I don't know if it'll cross the 305. Well, it partly depends on you all. So, like, if you go on X and you share this, you repost it, retweet it, engage with it, like it, comment on it, and then maybe that'll help it get more views. So um, it's not deterministic, right? It's somewhat up to our free will as to how many views this gets. Um, but that's where it is right now. And when I open the show, I just talk some about this. And then I got some super chats, and uh, Bobby asked a super chat about immigration, Yaron Brooks' view versus Leonard Peikoff's view, and which one I lean towards. And I talked about that some. I said I lean more towards Yaron's more open view on immigration. I'm not sure why Bobby leans the other way. He said he prefers Leonard's view. I don't know if I can go back that far in the chat. It might have been, yeah, because I had to refresh the chat and I lost the older ones. But here's my other screen where I saved the earlier chats. Oh yeah, he says, I agree with Peikoff, but appreciate you sharing your perspective. Yeah, I'm curious why you agree with Peikoff, or if you want to elaborate on that. Maybe he said about that. He said, I am concerned with potential immigrants giving more power to the MAGA movements. So maybe that's why he agrees with Peikoff. And we didn't really get into that much. I don't know if that's something Bobby wants to talk about more, but I guess we could if he wants to discuss or debate that. But anyway, that was another topic we discussed, like immigration, and then we got into talking a lot about objectivity. Was that the next topic? I think that was the next topic. Objectivity and ethics, because the objective ethics, who is often in my chat, um, that's part of his name. And I was talking about what objective means, the different senses of objective, and then there's been a continuing discussion about the nature of ethics and whether it's objective. If so, is it objective in Ayn Rand sense, or is it not? Are only the means to an end objective, but the end itself is subjective? So those are some of the topics we've been exploring before you came in. Now I see Bobby just came in with a chat about immigration. All right, I think I was getting close to the end on the objectivism versus subjectivism topic. So let me just read the rest of those chats, and then maybe we can come back to immigration or any other new topics people raise. Where was I? I think I was up to this one from Simon. The theory of objectivity is a relationship with your consciousness and facts, and you adhering to those facts, as opposed to you replacing those facts with your feelings. Yeah. Maybe I'll put a formulation in the chat just to provide another angle on it. I'll say objectivity. Well, it's a, if I put it as a verb, maybe that'll help convey the idea of it, like being objective. It's something you do. It's a way of using your mind. Being objective or subjective indicates a fact-based Maybe I'll say versus and then I'll mirror that here. Being objective versus subjective indicates a fact-based versus non-fact based way of using your mind. Okay. So, so I just put that in the chat. And one of the w ways you can be fact-based is to base your conclusions on sensory evidence as opposed to faith. So I would say religion is not fact-based, right? If you believe things on faith, then that is not an objective way of using your mind. It's a non-fact based way, so it's actually subjective. Um, Maybe it's also intrinsic from a different angle, but it's not a fact-based way of using your mind. Using logic is another way, in addition to basing your conclusions on sensory data. So our senses are one way of having contact with reality, but also using logic is a way of staying in touch with reality. Like if you reach a contradiction in your thinking, then you recognize you made an error somewhere because reality is non-contradictory. A leaf cannot be both red and non-red at the same time and in the same respect. And if your reasoning has led you to think that a leaf is both red and non-red at the same time and in the same respect, then you've made an error somewhere. And logic, there are different methods of reasoning, which together you could call logic. Ayn Rand defines logic as the art of non-contradictory identification. And there's different methods you could use, like holding context is one of the basic ways to reach true conclusions about the world, not dropping context. That's a fact-based method of using your mind. Non-fact-based method would be acting on the basis of emotion, where you're not taking the full context into account. You just have some immediate emotional reaction to something, but you haven't searched out all the facts. Like, I just heard that, someone was shot in Minneapolis and ICE is up there, but I haven't seen any videos. I don't know any of the details, but I just don't like that. So I'm going to judge that, this was an unjustified killing. Well, maybe it was, but you don't have enough facts to assess that yet. You're just going by emotion. If you leap to the conclusion that this was a murder or unjustified killing. But now, if you search out some more facts, you look at some videos, think about it, then maybe you can come to an objective conclusion about it. And then it would be, then if you conclude it was an unjustified killing, you could say it's fact-based and it's an objective conclusion. It's no longer merely subjective. So there are various ways of making sure that your conclusions are fact-based. Holding context is one of them. Um, Basing things on sensory evidence, rooting out contradictions. Leonard Peikoff, he defines objectivity in his book on objectivism as volitional adherence to reality by the method of logic. So the goal is to have your conclusions conform to reality. So that's the based on reality. But it has to be done by your mind. Your mind doesn't automatically adhere to reality. It has to be done volitionally. It takes work. It takes free will. That's another subject that is fundamental to epistemology. Epistemology presupposes free will. Like if you have no choice about how to use your mind, if it's not up to you how to use your mind, then it makes no sense to give someone guidance on how they should use their mind. You're just going to use your mind as you're determined to use it. So epistemological guidance presupposes free will. Um, all right, so there's some more on subjectivity and objectivity, but let me go back to the last chat I was at from Simon. Yeah, this one. No, it was before that. I guess there's a lot I haven't read here yet. Um, this one. Okay, yeah, that's where I was. Oh, Steven is back. Okay. Maybe I'll try to go through these a little quicker to help close the gap between where I am now and the latest chats. Objective ethics says nature gives us an objective standard we can observe. Actually, hold on, I want to check something else first. Oh, got another like. Got some more viewers here. Nice, thank you. By the way, we got one more super chat or super sticker in order to hit the goal. Originally it was five, but I changed it to one because the chat crashed. But if we get one more super sticker or super chat, then I will have reached my goal of five total stickers or super chats within the first 3 hours. Got another hour and 15 minutes to hit that goal. So if you are getting value from my show, then you might consider doing a super sticker or a super chat. And it can be for any amount, right? I think you think all, well, the lowest maybe is 99 cents, but any amount, at least from there all the way up to $500. I think that's the max. Oh, it looks like for stickers, $2 might be the minimum. Although if you're doing this on your phone, it might be a buck 99. I think the preset amounts they give you as options are sometimes in terms of like 99 cents, not just like an even number of dollars. But if you're on a laptop, it looks like you can do even number of dollars. So if you're doing a sticker, it can be $2 all the way up to $50. Oh, maybe that's the max. Maybe it's only super chat that you can go higher than 50. Okay, so $2 to $50. $2, $3, $4, $5, $10, $20, and 50. Okay, those are the options for stickers. But if you do, oh, Florida Nick just did, he did a sticker just as I was speaking. Thank you, Florida Nick, for 99 cents. Thank you. So Florida Nick, he must be on his phone. And maybe phone, do you get more options? Let me actually look on my phones because the lowest sticker price I see on my laptop is $2. But if I look on my phone, super stickers. Oh, actually on my phone, the lowest sticker I see is 199. Oh, that's interesting. See, I don't know if you can see that. I'll hold my phone up to the screen. See, it's 199, but I don't see 99 cents. So I don't know how Florida Nick got 99 cents to work. Do they have some option where you can do like a custom amount? I wonder why you have that option, but I don't. But anyways, thank you, Florida Nick. All right, so we hit the goal. Even though YouTube doesn't count the super stickers towards the goal, I count the super stickers. So total, I now have five contributions today, including both stickers and chats. So I hit this goal. Thank you all. With an hour and 12 minutes to spare. So I guess maybe I won't reset the goal. I'll start a new goal, but maybe I'll wait for this goal to end. You can still add super chats and we can exceed the goal for the first 3 hours. And then maybe after that, I'll set a new goal. But I'll just let this goal keep running. until the end. But I'm glad to see we got the goal. Oh, Florida Nick says he's on an Android phone. Maybe that's why. I have an iPhone. You can choose between different themes for stickers. Okay. Yeah, so there are some differences between the iPhone and the Android. Um, as far as super stickers go, I did not realize that. And he's got the cute little smiley with dollar signs in the eyes on his super sticker. Thanks, Nick. Some themes have different prices. Okay, so let me go back to the chat on where was I? Oh, Steven says he only got to give a buck 99 too, and he was on the Android. Oh, so for you, it didn't even have the 99 cent option. The lowest option was a buck 99. Hmm. That's interesting because if you both have Androids, but only Nick has the 99 cent option, I wouldn't have expected that difference to occur. Steven says yes. I guess he means he doesn't see the yes, he doesn't see the 99 cent option. Okay, I was reading this one here from Objective Ethics. He says nature gives us an objective standard we can observe. If we align our values with what evolution has produced, then we have a much stronger epistemic justification. I think it might be good for me to hold off on or somehow put the brakes on a discussion with objective ethics until he reads Ayn Rand's writings about what she means by objectivity, because I think there might just be talking past each other in many of these comments. So if we could first get on the same page about definitions and then discuss, then maybe that would be more productive. But I'm not sure. Maybe we can still have some productivity um, before you read her. If I'm not saying you, obviously, I mean it's up to you if you want to read that, but um, I'm just trying to think of ways to make the discussion productive. And then he says, that's why logic plays such a fundamental role in choosing your values. If you only value your agency and don't acknowledge others' agency equally, then you're not treating like cases alike. Elaborate on what that would look like. What do you mean exactly when you say nature gives us an objective standard? Cooperation, referring to social species, is a standard that evolution has determined is most beneficial to the survival of those types of animals. This objective standard is fundamental, so we will be most fit for our environmental pressures using cooperation as a motivation for our actions. Bobby says you're reifying evolution. All that exists are individuals making choices, some of them rational, some of them irrational. Just because humans have historically lived in societies to serve their interests doesn't mean that society is a value in itself or irregardless of context. Where you use the word irregardless, I would just use the word regardless. I have seen that word irregardless. I don't know if it's technically correct or if it's just an alternate optional spelling of regardless, but I've noted that a couple times here, so I thought I would mention it. Actually, I'm curious what it says if I look that up. Let's see what the irregardless is. Non-standard way of writing regardless. Okay, so it means the same thing. It's just not a standard way of writing it according to this dictionary. Oh, this says something about the usage here. Irregardless is widely heard, perhaps arising under the influence of such perfectly correct forms as irrespective, but should be avoided by careful users of English. Use regardless to mean without regard or consideration for or nevertheless. Okay. Now, I don't know if objective ethics has a way for distinguishing between rational and irrational if he's a determinist. Because if someone is just acting as they have to, as they must, then I don't know that it makes sense to say they're acting rationally or irrationally. But if someone has free will, control over the way they act, then you can say they're being rational or irrational. So maybe the free will issue will become relevant here. Cooperation is sometimes a value for your life and interests, and sometimes not. It depends on the context. So, what would be an example of where it is and where it isn't in your interest to cooperate? Like maybe if you're an architect and you want to build some building all by yourself and it gives you a lot of satisfaction to do that, then you shouldn't cooperate with others. It shouldn't be a collaborative effort where you have a team of designers. But maybe in some cases it does make sense to cooperate. Maybe if you're on a tight deadline and you don't have time to design the whole building yourself, then it could be good to cooperate then. Okay, Simon says, I think you might be conceptualizing this incorrectly. The epistemological theories try to explain what the process of knowledge is. Objectivism has a theory on what that looks like. Okay, and I've talked some about that. What it looks like is to follow a fact-based method, which means to follow the evidence of your senses, to apply logic, as opposed to just believing something on faith or just on the basis of emotions. All right, so now I'm about an hour behind because this says 4:13 and it's now 5:10 Pacific. Actually, since Steve is here, maybe I should talk some about his super chat. I don't want to forget that or lose track of it. He asked a super chat before, which I said I was going to hold off on since I wanted to take advantage of some momentum I had with another topic. But maybe I'll say a little on his super chat now as a break, and then I can come back to where I was. Let me just note that was at 4:13. Yeah, I just read this one. Okay, but um, Stephen had asked a super chat, which I don't know if is still. I guess I can't go back that far, so I have to go to my other screen. Let's see. Is it gonna see? I can't read the super chats here well. Um, when I copied and pasted it into this Google Doc, it doesn't show. It shows the other chats, but not the super chats, which is the one I want to see the most right now. See, this is what I'm talking about. I have this Google Doc where I pasted all the chats so I don't lose them. And this is this big green section here. It represents Steven's super chat, but I can't read it here. And I don't know if I. Oh, I see. If I highlight it, now I can see it. I guess it's because of the background. Like for some reason, when I copied it over, the way it's formatted, I can't read it. But if I highlight everything, now I can make out the words. Maybe you can't, but I can read them here. It says, "What did you do to become a better writer? Explain the process a little. It is hard." Okay, let me actually I'll paste that in the chat just so it's easier for everyone to see. Okay. Okay. What did I do to become a better writer? Explain the process a little. Is it hard? I've done a lot to become a better writer over the years, but let's see. What are some of the main things? Um, I don't know where to start. I mean, I'm thinking back to high school now. Like I remember editing papers over and over and over and just reconstructing sentences to try to get it to say more clearly or more succinctly, more powerfully some thought I was having. So there's a lot of trial and error that goes into it, and a lot of the time, what comes out in your first draft is not going to be the most effective way to say something. I mean, obviously, this is advice that basically anyone will give you about writing. This is nothing unique to me. I'm just thinking off the top of my head in the order of things that occur to me, but um, lots of editing in. Sometimes you need space between edits to be able to take a fresh look at something. Having other people give you a fresh set of eyes on your paper or more experienced writers, that can be helpful. I have one publication in a journal, The Objective Standard. I wrote a piece on Will Durant's The Story of Civilization, a series of history books. And I had a couple people who gave me a lot of feedback on that, and that was very helpful. Um, so It could be people who are more experienced on the specific topic, like Steve Jolivet. He was one of the people who helped me on that article about Will Durant's history series, and he's himself a historian, so it was very related to his expertise. But even aside from if someone has specific expertise on your topic, just someone who's a generally good writer, even if they don't know about your specific topic, they can help you out, just giving you writing tips. Let's see what else. Um, Reading books on writing. There's some very good ones which Leonard Peikoff has read. Actually, here's one thing. I don't know if you've heard Leonard Peikoff's course, Principles of Grammar, but I would definitely recommend that. And he's very philosophical about it. Like grammar, you might think it's just some technical, um, uh, non-philosophical sort of subject, but it can be quite philosophical if it's approached and taught in the right sort of way. And definitely Leonard Peikoff excels at that. So, and I think that course might be available free online now. It used to be behind a paywall, but maybe you can get it free online. I think there's also been a book version of that published, which I haven't seen. I own a copy of it, but I originally heard it on the recorded audio version. But you can get it in a book version, which has been edited by Michael Berliner, I believe. So there's that. Also, yes, as Bobby just mentioned in the chat, objective communication, another course by Leonard Peikoff. Maybe even a prior course you should hear. I think he gave objective communication in 1980, and then he gave principles of grammar in 1981. I think that was the order. Maybe I'm not sure the years are exactly right, but sometime around there. But I think it might be better to hear objective communication first, and then after that, principles of grammar. And um, in addition to that, he in those courses, um, one or both of them, he recommends some books. Hold on, I gotta plug my laptop in. Battery's getting low. He recommends some books on grammar, and one of them is called Writing and Thinking by Forster and Stedman. Foerster. Forster, I think that's how you spell it. And then Stedman, Steadman, I believe. This is a book that came out in early 1900s, I believe. But it went through multiple editions. And I think the edition he recommends is the fourth edition. That's the edition I got. And you can get a used copy of this on Amazon, or you can buy it from the Paper Tiger. This is an outlet that's has published many books recommended by Leonard Peikoff or Ayn Rand's, which were out of print. Now, I don't know if the Paper Tiger still is in business, but you can check out their website. I think it was papertig.com, something like that. And there was also like fiction books on there that Ayn Rand recommended, like Calumet K or some of the novels that might be hard to find in general bookstores. But with Amazon, it might be easy to find things that used to be harder to find. But anyway, you can get somewhere you can get a hold of Writing and Thinking. I think that was I read that book and I thought it was excellent, and that helped my writing um, significantly, as well as uh, Rex Barks, which is a sentence diagramming book, and that's something that I didn't get when I was going through school, like elementary school. I think some people do teach it in elementary school or middle school, but I didn't get it. I learned that after college, actually. But I thought that was very helpful for understanding how language works and how to communicate clearly. So those are some of my recommendations on how to become a better writer. Um, and of course, as with anything, practice helps. The more you do it, the better you can get at it. Um, is it hard? I don't know if I would say it's hard. I mean, it takes effort. It doesn't, but I mean, like with anything, when you're learning some skill, but it can be pleasurable. Like sentence diagramming, that was fun. I enjoyed learning how to do that. Um, Sometimes writing can be tortuous for some people, at least. Like I know Leonard Peikoff has said it's writing some of his books, like maybe The Ominous Parallels, was quite painful. And um, I think OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, was much smoother for him. So I don't know if I would say in general it's hard. Maybe sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Um, but if you have a good reason to do it, then I guess you'll have motivation to do it, and that can help make it more enjoyable, less like it's just a duty. There is no duty, right? If it's a value among other values in life you could pursue, how to become a better writer, and if it makes sense in your context in life to take on that goal, then you'll have more motivation to do it, and then it'll be um, less unenjoyable and more enjoyable than it otherwise would be if you just approached it as if it were a duty. Um, it needs to be an objective value to go back to the earlier conversation, a value that fits into your life and that is based on the facts of your life. So there are some things I would say in reply to Steven's super chat on how to become a better writer. I hope that was somewhat helpful. Hazier is here. Hello. I remember seeing you here once before. Make sure you do the coursework for the courses too, says Bobby. Awesome course, says Simon, about objective communication. Yeah, his courses are amazing. Leonard Peikoff's courses. And so many of them are available for free now. When I first heard them, I had to pay hundreds of dollars for those courses to purchase them on tape, audio cassette tape, back in the late 90s, early 2000s. That's when I heard them. But now you can get a lot of that for free on YouTube or the Ayn Rand Institute website. They might be somewhat adapted for those platforms. Like um, sometimes there will be an irrelevant aside, like in the Q&A section after his lectures, someone might ask something like about the current presidential election, and he'll talk about that. And I think it can be very interesting to hear, but for the purposes of publishing these courses for a very wide audience on YouTube and the Ayn Rand Institute's website, I think they might have edited out some of that original material. I don't know if there's still a way to get a hold of the original courses um, exactly as they were originally given. If you want to hear all that um, material, but you can at least get the bulk of it, I think, for free now. The Art of Thinking has also helped me too, says Bobby. Yeah, that's another excellent course. That was actually the first course I think I heard by Leonard Peikoff. I know there's some writing exercises in that course as well. In the Art of Thinking course, or The objective communication one. I'm not sure. I don't remember any writing exercises in objective communication. Sorry, in art of thinking, but maybe I'm just forgetting. Oh, I think there was a unit about writing op-eds, wasn't there, in the art of thinking? So maybe that's what you're referring to. I'm not sure. This has been like over 20 years since I heard this. Maybe over 25 years. Jeez. Um, the imminent ominous parallels. Oh yeah, because he's always saying how the book is about to come out, and he originally was aiming for it to be published in time for the 1968 election, but it ended up coming out in like 1981 or 82. And during every objectivist conference, people would ask him about the progress on his book. Some of the articles or some of the chapters, I think, were published, or at least versions of them, in the Objectivist. So he wrote some articles for Ayn Rand's periodical, The Objectivist, or magazine, in the 60s, and then that material eventually came out in his book, or at least a version of it came out in his book. So you can read about like articles on Nazism by him in the 60s. But the whole book, it didn't come out until early 80s. Steven says, I tried reading Callum McKay. I struggled to understand it. Very different writing style. That's a short fiction book, which Ayn Rand actually said was her favorite novel. And I read that. I enjoyed it. Um, Portrays an efficacious man. I think that's what she really liked about it, or at least one thing she really liked about it. Peikoff is a generational lecturer. Yeah, he's amazing. I don't know if I can think of a better lecturer. I can't right now. Not that I've heard, I mean, I went through many years of college, but yeah, I think I would put him at the top. There's also an Ayn Rand Institute app, says Nick. Yes. Yeah, I haven't used that much. I believe I got it on my phone, but oh yeah, here it is. I haven't used it really at all. I mean, maybe when I first got it, I was just curious and I wanted to check it out. But I guess the reason is because I've already heard all the courses. Like for someone who's new to objectivism now, maybe the app is got a lot more used to you because it has all these courses and an easy way to access them. But I had already heard all these courses long before the app was created, so I'm just not that familiar with it. But thanks for mentioning that, Nick. That's a good resource to know about. Um, uh, well, maybe you're much more familiar with it, and but like you can hear it on YouTube, I think, and the Ayn Rand Institute website. I don't know what the best option is for you. Maybe for some people they prefer using the app. Maybe some prefer using it on the laptop. Yeah, you can still buy even though they're free. You mean the original versions, even with all the material that's not relevant? There used to be something called the Ayn Rand Institute e-store, and you could download the the original versions from that. I don't know if that still exists. Oh yeah, okay. In the Art of Thinking is where there were the writing assignments, writing exercises in 400 words or less. It was part of Thinking and Fundamentals, I'm pretty sure, says Bobby. Okay. Okay, so those are the latest chats. And let me go back some. Actually, let me check out my analytics. 42 minutes left in the goal. If you want to exceed the goal, we already hit the goal, but if you want to go beyond that, you can still send in a super chat or a super sticker. Thanks for the likes. Actually, I haven't checked out my this part of my analytics in a while. I'm at 1,013 subscribers. This is everybody who's come by during the live stream. I think this spike was during my Twitter or my X comment, my X post when it went viral. I think a bunch of people clicked on the link from my Twitter page because I have a link in my Twitter bio to my YouTube channel here. Oh, I got a new follower on X. So I think a bunch of people clicked on this link, and that accounts for these views here. I wonder if any of those people are going to come by today. Like some of the people who saw my X post, maybe if they see that I'm now doing a show with the same title, Immigrants Take Our Jobs, maybe they'll want to come by and join the discussion, debate me. We'll see. All right, so I was up to this one from Simon. And then Objective Ethics said a slave owner values his freedom and well-being. This is a right he holds as an agent. If he takes away that same right from other agents, then he is contradicting his internal value of freedom and well-being. Okay. Does he really value his freedom and well-being, a slave owner? Can he really respect himself if he's treating other people as slaves? Is that something a self-respecting person would do? Can he look at himself in the mirror and be proud of himself if he owns slaves? I'm not going to want to be his friend or do business with him. I'm going to want to boycott him and condemn him, at least if he's a modern day, like a slave owner today. I don't know if slave owners in history should be cut any slack. Like Thomas Jefferson, he had slaves. but he also did some great things, like write the Declaration of Independence. So, um, but someone today who's a slave owner who I think you can't cut them as much slack as you might be able to cut someone from history centuries ago, or it's well, I mean that's actually an interesting topic. Like, and I discussed this in a previous show. Like, to what extent, if any, can you cut people slack for engaging in something like slavery? Like, what if a caveman 10,000 years ago tries to enslave others? Like, should he know as well as we know today that that's not a good thing to do? Or do we have to cut him more slack because he's just so primitive and no one really understood how they should live, how they should interact with others at that time? Um, and over time, like, is there a gradation of guilt that should be of culpability that increases? Like, the later in history you go, the less understandable it is that someone could be a slave owner justifiably. Um, okay, but I don't know if I want to go into that much right now, but let me just say that I'm not sure a slave owner today, at least, if there were a slave owner, would really be concerned about his well-being. This is a right he holds as an agent. I'm not sure why you say that. What is a right? To hold slaves? I mean, that's not a right. You mean something else is a right? You mean his freedom is a right? If he takes away the same right for, oh, yeah, maybe you mean his freedom is a right. And if he takes that, the right to freedom away from others, then he is contradicting his internal value of freedom. So he's doing something inconsistent. I think there might be something right about that, like being consistent in how you treat people. You can't reasonably expect yourself to be treated in a different way than you treat others. This is the golden mean sort of idea. Bobby says I'm at the end of the chat now. Their culpability is higher now. That is undeniable. That ethnicity is a non-essential. And then Steven says, I have heard there are more slaves today than in the antebellum South. Does that apply to America? Well, I mean, I don't know about slavery around the whole world, but um, I guess in today's America, it's less understandable that there would be slavery than, or less justifiable, or less, it would be worse than the fact that there would be slavery 300 years ago or 400 years ago. Maybe still bad and horrific, but not as bad then as if there were today. Like John Locke's theory of rights hasn't even been discovered 400 years ago in the early 17th century. John Locke, who was the main discoverer of the theory of rights, published his work in 1689. second treatise of government. So if we're talking about before the theory of rights was discovered, then you might think that people in that time should be cut some more slack. But I don't know about like worldwide if there's more slaves today than in the antebellum South. I would be that this sounds kind of surprising to me. I mean, most countries have, if not all, have abolished slavery. So do you mean like on the black market, like human trafficking slavery, or what? I'm not sure what would explain this. Why would there be more slaves today than in the antebellum South? Biology has made that truth undeniable, but it still involved a form of evasion in the 18th and 19th century America. And they had debates even back then. I mean, you had abolitionists. So it's not like everyone thought it was okay. No, I think there were heated debates about it. And at the time of the Constitution, I think there was dispute as to how slavery should be handled. Um, I think some people might have wanted something in the Constitution to prohibit slavery, but then they realized that they had to compromise on that in order to get the Constitution passed because some of the states, I guess, weren't okay with abolishing slavery. Um, that's what I've heard, but I haven't studied it much myself. But it sounds plausible to me that even in early America, 18th century and 19th century, it seems plausible to me that it would require some evasion in order to hold slaves. Maybe not as much evasion as it would take today, but still some amount of evasion. And even back in the 1500s, there was Bartolome de las Casas. He was a Spanish um, Franciscan or Dominican. I forget which order it was, but he argued to the King of Spain that they shouldn't enslave the Indians. He thought it was wrong, and I think originally he might have had slaves himself, but then after he saw how some of the natives were being treated, he started to argue strongly against it, and eventually Spain abolished slavery of the Indians in the Spanish colonial empire, but then they started using Africans. And there was a phase where Bartolome de las Casas, he just argued against slavery for the Indians, but not for the Africans. But then later he argued against slavery for both. So this is even before the founding father era. This is like early ages of the New Worlds, right? The 16th century. So even during that time, there was some recognition by some people in the church. Now, I think there were other people in the church who argued against um, De las Casas. Maybe it was Bishop Fonseca. Right? I'm not sure if that was the name of the guy who wanted there to be slavery. So, and there might be different strains within Christianity. Like I think some people have argued. I think Ben Bayer has talked about this. He's a fellow at the Ayn Rand Institute. He's talked about um, slavery and how it's actually supported by some Christian thinkers. I don't remember which ones it was. Um, I don't know what Augustine's view of it was, whether he was for it or against it, but I think Augustine came up in Ben Bayer's talk on this from a recent Ocon. But there's slavery in the Bible, but of course, there's the Old Testament and the New Testament, and maybe there's inconsistencies in the Bible on this issue. So I don't know. I haven't researched it much, but um, the opposition to slavery in the West goes back, I guess, at least 500 years, something like that. Now, Aristotle, he thought that some people were natural slaves, and it was actually in their interest to be slaves. Some people just by nature needed a master. Now, he's also writing much earlier, so that's not 500 years ago. That's like 2,500 years ago, or at least closer to that. So, um, it's not obvious, I think, how to judge these people in history. It's I think can become tricky. Um, but but it does seem plausible to me that we can at least say that there's a some kind of lessening of justification for endorsing slavery the later in history you go, at least within a given civilization. Like if we're talking about some aboriginal civilization that hasn't made contact with the rest of the world, then it could still be understandable for them today to have slavery or to not see any alternative. But if we're talking about like the connected global civilization, then it's harder to justify it the later in history, or harder to excuse it the later in history you go. Slave trade was abolished by 1808. That's something, says Stephen. Yeah, at least in the United States. Some places they abolished the slave trade at a different time, at an earlier time than they abolished slavery. Like I think Spain, they might have stopped engaging in the slave trade themselves sometime in the 1500s, but I think they might have just outsourced it to the Portuguese or some other European power. Like they didn't trade in slaves themselves, like cross-continental trade, but they would still buy slaves. I think I read something like that recently. Um, and then I guess sometimes even if a country wasn't engaging in a slave trade, they would still have slaves breed within their own country, like in the Spanish Empire, maybe, even if they weren't importing slaves, they couldn't get slaves that way, but they could get more slaves by forcing the slaves they already had to breed children. Um, I read a little something about that recently. So there were phases to the abolition of slavery. Sometimes one step is to no longer trade, no longer import slaves. Another, but still to maybe trade domestically for slaves, even if not cross the ocean, um, or to breed slaves. And then another step is to not do any of that and abolish slavery altogether. So the U.S. abolishes importing slaves in 1808, as Stephen says, but they didn't abolish slavery until 1863, right? That was the year of the Emancipation Proclamation? So they had slavery for decades after they had stopped importing slaves. Mm. And how did we get on that? Was that because, oh, I guess that's because Objective Ethics mentions slave owners here in his chat. And then we get something completely different from Simon. He says, empiricism says all knowledge is gained through the senses. And then another topic, Bobby says, if Rourke cooperated with Toohey in the society he existed in, he would have ended up a fraud like Keating. Okay, so I guess you're bringing that up because the topic of cooperation came up earlier and when it is and isn't a good idea to cooperate. But as I said, I don't think objective ethics has read The Fountainhead, which is what you're referring to here. Um, or if he has, I haven't heard about it. Okay, I read this one before. Just trying to see how many more chats there are until the ones that I already read. Ozir says based with a question mark near the ends. What does that mean? Oh, I didn't see this one. Steven says trafficking and forced prostitution. Oh, that's what you mean by more slaves today? Okay. Um, that would be surprising to me because there were millions of slaves. I don't know how many millions, at least over the centuries. Like, I don't know at any given time, like how many slaves existed, but are there millions of people being trafficked and forced into prostitution? I don't know. That's not something I've looked into. I mean, there's also a lot more people today, so maybe it's more plausible that there could be more people, but as a percentage of the whole population, um, I guess I would be surprised if, as a percentage, it was the same because we got what like 8 billion people now. So, um, and if something is legal, like if slavery was legal, maybe it's you would get much more of it. So to have the same percentage of people today as there was like a couple centuries ago, yet it's all illegal, then that would be a little surprising to me. But as I say, I haven't looked into it. I still don't know what this based means, though. Subjectivism says reality is an outset from the mind. The subject versus objectivism is reality exists and we need to adhere to those facts. You mean outgrowth from the mind? Like the mind creates reality? So there is the idea of the primacy of consciousness, where consciousness creates existence, and like God creates the world from his mind. And objectivism rejects that and says the world exists independently of your consciousness of it, and we need to adhere to it. Contradicting his value of freedom is only a description of his irrational internal state. The slave owner cannot support his own life and interests by initiating force against others, as it necessarily involves evasion. That's similar to what I was saying before, that well, it's similar in that I was trying to explain how being a slave owner is not consistent with someone's self-interest, like you couldn't respect yourself. And but there's more and maybe more relevant things to say about that, which maybe Bobby is getting into here. Like you can't support your own life by initiating force against others. That puts you at war with others. And also it's maybe a way of throwing out principles. Like you can't act that way in principle. Like if you're willing to coerce others, then in principle, um, you're putting yourself in the position of an animal, right? Animals live by force, not by reason. So is it in your interest to live like an animal and put yourself at odds with other people by coercing them? Or is that just going to bite you back and make them want to attack you and destroy you? Um, but maybe that is somewhat related to objective ethics' point about treating others in an equal sort of way to the way you want to be treated. Um, Objective ethics then says that is phrased in many different ways, dualism versus non-dualism, etc. Yes, exactly. It is a contradiction and it is irrational. This is why subjective morality is false. Under your ethics, what is a value? I don't know if you can grasp what makes a value objective if you haven't read her epistemology and understand that theory. The highest value is self-respect. Without self-respect, you cannot live a good life. Everyone wants to live a good life. That's actually something I would dispute, that everyone wants to give a good life. And this is actually one of the main points of Atlas Shrugged. Um, um, yeah, I would question that. I don't think many people are concerned with doing what's best for themselves. They might have some irrational whims and they just let that guide them. And they know that it's not in their interest to live in the way they're living. I'm thinking of Trump right now. and many of his supporters who I think are quite irrational. And I don't think they believe in their own souls, like they're being good people and they are pursuing their own interests and they are going to be as happy as possible by living the way they live and denying the facts of reality like Trump does when he lies about having stolen the of having won the election in 2020. I think there's many people who don't really believe they're acting in a good way, but they disregard their own interest and they just allow their emotions, whims of the moment to carry them along. And I think they suffer for doing that internally. Um, I don't think they can really respect themselves or be happy. So, um, I think it gives pe a lot of people too much credit to say they want to live a good life. Some people don't. I don't think they do. And they've chosen this. This is not like auto, it's something they could change. Hopefully they do change, but I don't think they always automatically do that. And that's part of what's open to our choice. It's part of what we have to choose by free will is to act in a way that is actually good for ourselves. But their free will comes back in. Uh, so you're a determinist. So maybe you don't think, maybe you're a psychological egoist and you think everyone is determined to always do what they think is best for themselves. But yeah, that's a view that I would disagree with. Both determinism and the specific version of determinism, which is psychological egoism. Ayn Rand is an ethical egoist. She thinks people can and should choose to act for their own interest, but it's not something they are determined to do necessarily. Psychological egoism. Ayn Rand is an ethical egoist. How do you achieve self-respect in your view? That sounds like subjective ethics to me. You achieve self-respect when you are virtuous, when you are just, fair, and wise. By treating like cases alike, you can justify your actions. As an agent, you value freedom and well-being. Okay, and then that's where he drops out to go do his workout. I think productivity is another key part of achieving self-respect and self-esteem. I mean, being productive, producing, creating values. That's one of the virtues Ayn Rand identifies, productiveness. Okay. Then Simon says, wanting to be healthy and drinking poison has consequences due to the facts about the relationship of the poison and my body. Looks like he's saying something related to the idea of objectivity there. Who are these others? There are plenty of people I don't respect. I still experience immense self-respect, says Bobby. I guess that's reacting to this point. You don't respect others, then you can't have self-respect. And Bobby's saying, well, not everyone deserves respect. Like, does a murderer deserve respect? Who are these others? There are plenty of people I don't respect. I still experience immense self-respect. Actually, I think you could lose self-respect if you respect the wrong sorts of people, like Trump. Um, so it is contextual as to whether someone deserves respect. So um, if you respect someone for good reasons based on a rational standard, an objective standard, but that term objective is contentious right now. And I don't know if it'd be helpful to use that term at this point in the conversation with objective ethics. But I think it is useful and intelligible, at least this point, to say, well, there are some people who aren't deserving of respect and some people who are. And um, that seems clear enough. W. Simon W. Now, in the last time I saw these W's, I think they were meant to stand for win. So you're saying win, Simon, win? Did Simon win by saying this? I remember listening to Peikoff explain objectivity with two people seeing two different colors from the same object and thinking, what the hell is this guy saying? Mhm. Yeah, if somebody is colorblind and another is not, and they're both looking at a pumpkin, you can't say that the non-colorblind person is seeing it objectively, and the colorblind person who sees it as a shade of gray, let's say, is seeing it non-objectively. No, they're both just seeing something. It's not that one is subjective and the other is objective. Now, you could say one is getting more information about the environments. Like color tells you more about the world, but that doesn't mean that it's more objective. It just means it's your sense organs provide you with a greater wealth of information. But just having more information doesn't mean it's more objective. It's not like it's really in itself orange so that the non-colorblind person is seeing it correctly. There's no correct or incorrect perception. There's just different perceptions give you more and less information about the world. A blind person is not seeing the world incorrect. Well, he's not seeing anything, but he's not perceiving the world incorrectly. He's just uh, not getting as much information about the world. Or a bat who perceives the world via echolocation. The bat is not perceiving the world wrong, and we humans who don't use echolocation but use sight to get around are perceiving it right, or the reverse. It's not that I forget what did I said. It's not that the bat is right and we're wrong, or that the bat is wrong and we're right. They're just different modes of perception. Um, Nick says that's a lot of views. I guess you mean my views on my X post. I think Leonard is correct about immigration because we shouldn't be letting people into the US who disagree with our fundamental principles. Man's rights, reason, rule of law. Not that it should be hard to immigrate. Well, what does that imply? I mean, should we deport people who don't agree with these things? Should we put them in jail? Or should we wait for people to actually give evidence of initiating force? So I wonder here if you are saying that um, force is justifiable just on the basis of someone's ideas. Like Ayn Rand, she thought that Nazis should be allowed to protest, not even just exist in the society, but actually protests in society. Um, at least they shouldn't be discriminated against. Like I think she was against public protests generally, but if you are going to allow public protests, then I think her view was that you shouldn't discriminate between viewpoints, and the Nazis should be allowed to protest in Skokie, Illinois, as well as anyone else. I think that was the case she discussed. Um, so I'm uh, I'm questioning this idea that if this is what you're proposing, that you would penalize people um, in a way that involves coercing them uh, just on the basis of their ideas, um, rather than something they've done. And I'm concerned that that makes that's a subjective that makes for a non-objective uh, type of law. Um, so that's my initial reaction to this. Maybe there's more we could talk about there, but um, let me see what else is in here. Oh, Objective Ethics says if you're still going in about 15 minutes, I will call in to clarify some things. Okay. Yeah, I might want to take a break, but we can do a call. He says he had a great workout and a quick shower while he listens. Then he says some of my comments seem to have been misunderstood, which is probably due to my being a little lazy and not taking time to fully articulate my perspectives. Okay. Yeah, we can talk more about it when you call in. Okay. Let's see what else is in here. Legally, so Bobby then says, not that it should be hard to immigrate legally, but if there is knowledge that this person is a political figure from a hostile country or has a history of advocating for blatant anti-American values, then they should be barred even if they don't violate any rights directly. Okay. Well, if it okay, political figure from a hostile country, I'm trying to think of examples now, like the leader of North Korea, but that's not someone who has merely had bad ideas. I think he hasn't just advocated blatant ideas. I mean, he violates the rights of his own people, doesn't he? So maybe that's not what you mean. You mean, and if it's from a hostile country, I mean, it sounds like like Iran. What political figure from a hostile country is not already involved in violating the rights of people and is merely advocating for bad ideas, anti-American values? Um, okay, so maybe I would be okay with barring political leaders who are, but I guess not so much because they advocate for anti-American values, but because they actually are coercing people. Like if you're a dictator, I'm still wary of just barring people, whether, well, at least on if we're not talking about political leaders, if we're just talking about, millions of immigrants who might hold some anti-American values. And I'm not even sure how true that is of like Mexicans crossing the border. Actually, I was just thinking of my next post that I might make about how many non-Americans are actually more American than many Americans and actually hold more American values. Like if you're coming here to pursue freedom and opportunity, which I think is what a lot, maybe the majority of people who are trying to cross the southern border of the US are doing, that's a pro-American thing to be doing. These are people who do hold American values. So, I mean, I think a lot of those people are much more American than like a lot of MAGA people, um, in terms of the values they hold. So, um, but as I was saying, like even if someone does have anti-American values, I don't think, at least right now, I don't see that that should exclude them. I don't think there should be an ideological test for coming in. I think it should be based on objective criteria, namely, is someone either initiating physical force or is threatening to initiate physical force? I think that's what makes for objective law. Um, I think that's Ayn Rand's view, but I mean, we can debate that. And the mere having of bad ideas, I don't think is sufficient or an objective way to, um, run a country. One claim Ayn Rand made, says Stephen, when a gun is pointed at you, you literally cannot think. Is that true? Um, Let me just highlight that for now. How close am I to the end here? Oh, Steven says I tried to use Super Chat again, but the blasted device won't recognize my fingerprint. Oh, so you have to unlock it with your fingerprint. On the iPhone, there's multiple ways to get in. So if your fingerprint doesn't work, then you could just put in a key code. Um, but you say you have an Android. I don't know how it works with the Android. Okay. Well, I hope you can figure out that because I definitely would like another super chat. So, how close am I to the end of this goal? Oh, the goal has ended, so I can start a new goal. Thanks for helping me reach the goal. It says 0 out of 1, but as I said, I'm counting super stickers, and Nick sent in a super sticker, so I'm counting that. So I actually hit the goal as far as I'm counting it. But I'm going to start a new goal here. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream. Probably not more than 3 hours. But what I will do, I will set a new goal of 5 super chats of any amounts for 3 hours. Even if I don't go for 3 more hours, that's what I'm going to set the time at. All right, so that's the new goal, and I'm going to start it right now. Maybe I should take a break now before Objective Ethics calls in because he might call in soon. And I think it would be good to take a break. So I got up to what time was it? Um, oh, it was Simon's about pointing a gun. Where was that? Oh, no, that was Stevens here. 450. All right, so that's where I got up to, and that's where I'm going to pick up later if I start to go through these in order. Actually, I should copy these into my other document so I don't lose them. I think I got to about 407 before. Let's see. Yeah, 407. This one from Simon. Okay, so I got a copy starting from here till the ends. Ah, okay. Looks a little different now. The formatting. All right, so I was up to this one right here. Maybe I'll bold that to help me find it and put some spaces and asterisks. All right, so if I pick up later, going in order, that's the one I'm going to go to next. And now I'm going to take a break. Objective Ethics says he's setting up his laptop. So take a quick break and then let's rap a bit about objective morality. Okay. All right, let me just change my screen here. My screen name. I'm going to change that so it says back in about 10 minutes. And I'm also going to put that in the chat. Nick says he's going to take out his trash now. All right. Good timing. Back in about 10 minutes. Did you get a new truck or a new car? I remember you're going to buy a new car because I guess your previous car needed, or previous truck required too many repairs. Back in about 10 minutes. All right, it's now 6:26, so if I stop at 6:27, Then 10 minutes from then is going to be 6:37. So I'll say I'll be back about 6:37 p.m. Pacific. All right, I just put that in the chat. And I'm now going to turn off my mic and hope to see you on the other side of the break. Thanks everyone for being here, and I'll be back soon. Bye. I am back, and this time I'm going to remember to change my name on Zoom back to Dan Norton in the lower left corner because my name is not back in about 10 minutes. Okay, I've fixed that. And I am getting my Zoom settings correct to take a call with objective ethics. No rush. Okay, I'm ready. And not sure when he's ready, but he can take his time. In the meantime, let me come back to the chat. Oh, Stephen Katz just put in a super chat. Please answer my open letter to Boris Spassky question. Do you like it? Do you find her proposed modifications of the game of chess hilarious? Um, okay, just gave that a heart and a like. Thank you, Stephen, for the super chat. It's been a long time since I read that essay. That was in the book Philosophy Who Needs It. That's where I first read it, but it's been maybe decades since I read that. So I don't remember very well her proposed modifications. Oh, I think wasn't it something like what if the laws of a country, or I guess, what if the rules of chess were like the laws of the Soviet Union, where the laws could just arbitrarily change, um, like if you've got a dictator and he's just changing the rules all the time. What if chess were like that, and all of a sudden pawns could move like queens, or queens could only move like pawns, something like that. I don't remember the specifics, but I think that was a way of she was illustrating the absurdity or irrationality of the authoritarian kind of system. What if pawns were the most important pieces, says Stephen. Uh, yeah, she had like seven of those. Okay. I don't know if that essay is available online. I guess I could order the Kindle version of Philosophy Who Needs It. I don't have my hard copy with me where I am right now. But I love that book, and I think that essay, I mean, my recollection, as far as I can remember it, is I like the essay. And yeah, the I thought that was a vivid way of making her point about the rules changing. Um, but what did I didn't see your original question. Where was that? Oh, what did you think of the open letter to Boris Spassky? I think her hypothetical rule changes are hilarious. Oh, objective ethics is in the waiting room. All right, I'll get to you in a minute. Let me just, since Steve asked a super chat, let me just see if I can finish up on that. I wanted to share my screen. Um, yeah, here was the original question. What did I think about it? I mean, as far as I remember, I liked it just as I liked all the other essays in the book. It was an amazing book. That was the very first book I ever read by Ayn Rand, Philosophy Who Needs It. And I guess I don't remember thinking the rules were hilarious. That wasn't my reaction, but I did think I liked the example, and I thought it was an effective way to make her points. Um, but I don't remember if I like it made me laugh. So I might have had a somewhat different reaction. but I did think it was, and I do think it's a good example to give. All right, so Steve got us 1 out of 5 on our way to the new super chat goal. So if you're getting value from my contents, you might want to consider a super chat or a sticker. Remember, I'm including stickers, even though this only includes chats. I'm going to count stickers as well, and that can be any amount from 99 cents, at least if you're on an Android phone like Nick, um, all the way up to $500, I think is the max. So definitely appreciate any support. And thank you, Stephen, for helping us on the next super chat goal. She said he could only be good at chess because of the metaphysically absolute nature of the world he lived in. Okay, I see. Yeah, so if you have to function in a Heraclitean world of flux, that was an ancient Greek philosopher, Heraclitus. If everything is constantly in flux, always changing, everything flows, nothing abides. I think that might have been the aphorism from that philosopher. Then you can't deal with reality. Um, Reality has to have some stability, firmness, fixity, stableness, identity, absoluteness, or else you can't deal with it. And because there was a little, at least micro world that was fixed and stable and absolute, that did have firm rules, the game of chess, then he could be very effective, but he could not survive or be effective in a world that doesn't have those rules, like the actual world of the Soviet Union, I guess, where you're subject to arbitrary dictatorial power. Okay, let me get to objective ethics now. I have just admitted him. Oh, I need to get my AirPod in. I forgot about that. Let me put my AirPod in. Do I still have batteries? This. Looks like there are little batteries. Hello, can I hear you? Oh,
Yeah, I
I'm
can
not.
hear you.
Sorry, I'm hold on. I got to tell my laptop which speaker to broadcast through. All right. Now I think we're good to go. Hello, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Dan. It's always a pleasure to speak with you, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Good to be streaming again. And I guess I got some energy. I was feeling a little tired earlier, but I feel like I'm more energized now. So that's good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm outstanding, brother. I took on a promotion recently at work, so I've got a tremendous amount of responsibility now, and there's some training essentially. I've got to figure out some different stuff. So I'm stressed out and tired, but it's always good to make more money, and being in charge is always good when you think you know what you're talking about. So so I do enjoy that. Hopefully I'll be able to turn things around. But so yeah, my time has been more
Congrats.
limited.
Congrats on your promotion. You're in a boat building business, right?
No, I actually sold my boat building business several years ago. I still take on projects randomly, depending on. I prefer to do it during the summertime because I live in the Northwest, and so I prefer to be down at the marina when the weather's nice. But I mean, if the money's good enough, I'll take a project any time of the year. But generally speaking, I don't even advertise myself until summertime comes around. And
Okay.
I've got a couple of personal projects like out in the garage, that I tinker with or whatever. But I'm actually in the hospitality industry, making as far as what I do to make money on a regular business. I run a restaurant and a bar. I think I was talking about that with one of the gentlemen. I can't remember his name, but I met him on your channel. He owns a bar, a tiki bar.
Oh yeah, Jason.
Jason. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Hospitality, bar and a restaurant. Okay. Good to know. All right. So, let's see. Um, did you have a particular topic you wanted to talk about today? Like some of the stuff in the chat, I think you said, You might want to continue talking about that some.
Yeah, I do. I want to clear up just a couple things. Now, my wife literally just called me, so can you give me just like 30 seconds to figure out, make sure she's not
Sure.
having an emergency, and then
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just setting up my notes here. So I like to share my notes and take notes while I take a call. And I'll come back to the chat. Okay, so Florida Nick says he got a 2022 Chevy Colorado. Just got it serviced and cleaned today. Nice. Do you like Philippe? French dip sandwiches are great. I don't know what Philippe is.
Okay, I apologize about that. She just wanted to check on dinner, what our dinner plans were. So yeah, just as far as the chat, I just want to make sure to clear up a couple things real quick. One of them was about the slavery issue. Um, I use slavery as an example of how I refute subjective morality because I base it in logic, and logical contradictions can't exist. So the slave owner values his own freedom and well-being. So when he takes freedom and well-being away from somebody by making them a slave, he now has a contradiction within his own internal value system of freedom and well-being. And the moral relativist will say, "Oh well, he just values himself over other people, so there's no contradiction there." But there actually is, because the contradiction is in the value system itself of freedom and well-being and of agency. And whether he even realizes it cognitively or not, he's using his agency and his freedom and well-being to take other people as slaves. So he's showing that there's an intrinsic value to being an agent and to having his freedom and well-being. So to try and claim there's no value in that because it happens to be somebody else's freedom and well-being can't be justified epistemically, because he's not treating like cases alike, because agency is common between the slave and the slave owner. They're both agents. They both have the same right or need fundamentally for their freedom and well-being. So there's a value system there. It becomes contradiction internally. That was a point I was trying to make with the slave owner, because I think you said something about, I think you misunderstood that I was thinking that it was that being a slave owner was a way to live a good life because he gets to value his own freedom and well-being, and that's now completely removed from actually what I was saying.
Okay. So there's a contradiction, and that's the reason it's what, irrational or
Right. Yeah, it's irrational because, and it's unjustified. So it's unjustifiable. He cannot justify his own claim that it's morally justified to take something away from somebody that he knows he values himself. He knows there's a value there. And when I say knows, he doesn't even have to be cognitively aware of it. He's using and displaying this value by taking action, setting goals and taking actions, which he needs his agency to do that. So to take that away from somebody by making them a slave, he's now showing that there's value, but he's claiming there's no value because that happens to belong to somebody else. But he's not comparing like cases alike, because he's a human being, the slave is a human being. They both are agents. They both have that equal need for their freedom and well-being.
okay. Maybe I can play a little devil's advocate here. Um, what if someone says, I think it's it's good for me to exercise my own agency, but why is it good for me to respect somebody else's agency? I recognize they have it. They are their own agents, just like I am. But is it good for me to try to override their agency and make them my slave, or not? Why is that bad for me? I mean, is there really a contradiction if you recognize, yes, they are agents. I'm not denying that. But I'm not going to respect that fact about them because I don't think it's in my interest to do so.
And not respecting it is not the contradiction. The contradiction is by claiming that you're morally justified. that there's nothing immoral about it, because morality means it's what we ought to do, what reasonable people ought to do. Reason ought claims, normative claims, are based on what reasonable people would do given the same set of circumstances. Reasonable people, as we've seen throughout history, recognize that you treat like cases alike. That's the most reasonable position to take, right? Because then you could justify your claims and your actions. You're treating like cases alike. You have your fairness equals justice. Justice means you can justify your claims or your actions. So that's what reasonable people would say. Hey, you're both human beings. You both have agency, which means as agents, you both set goals and take actions. You both need your freedom and well being to accomplish any of your goals. That makes freedom and well being essentially a fundamental right to humanness. So the
Okay.
slave owner can do it. He's powerful. He's got an army, or he's got a bazooka, or whatever he needs to take. He's more powerful than somebody he can do it. But the contradiction comes into play when he says he's morally justified in doing what he wants to do because he cares about himself and doesn't care about the slave. And then you say, well, what is it that gives you this right to care about yourself? Oh, it's your agency. Well, that's what you really care about, is agency. That's what the fundamental thing that you really care about is, this agency. So there is a value to agency. So now you're saying, well, it's valuable and it's not valuable just because I'm going to use myself as this qualifier, but you're not treating like cases alike, so you can't justify that qualification.
Well, I wonder if there's a symmetry breaker here, such that the cases really aren't alike. I was thinking back to a discussion I've had um, with someone, actually my advisor in grad school, and this came up this is on my YouTube channel. It's one of the videos with Bernard Molyneux, episode 20 of the Selfishness Project. If you or anyone wants to check it out, he said, "Well, why isn't there a kind of symmetry between you?" I was arguing for egoism. I was in that it makes sense for me to pursue my own pleasure. And he was saying, well, other people, they can also experience pleasure. So why should you privilege your own pleasure rather than someone else's pleasure? And my reaction was just like, because I'm me. This is my pleasure. Like I wasn't sure what more to say at that point, but it was just kind of obvious as to why I should prefer my pleasure rather than someone else's pleasure. I mean, I recognize other people have a capacity for pleasure, but if I'm if I want to do what's good for me, then it's my pleasure that it's relevant. So I was wondering if someone might try to take a similar sort of angle on this idea of agency and say, yes, I recognize there are other agents in the world, but I'm concerned about my agency. And as long as I can still be an agent, then what do I care if I override somebody else's agency? That's their problem. If I want to do what's best for me as an egoist, then why shouldn't I say, well, just because someone else is an agent doesn't mean I should respect their agency. And I don't treat, I don't need to treat these cases as alike because what I'm concerned with is my pleasure or my agency. And if I'm concerned with somebody else's agency, well, that's not a like case because it's not my agency, it's their agency. So that's what I meant when maybe there's a kind of symmetry breaker. We don't have to treat these cases as symmetrical as all being alike. Why can't someone say, well, I'm concerned about my agency, but I don't care about somebody else's agency?
You can make the claim, but I think the a priori is that you're both humans, and agency starts at humanness. So you're building up above that, and so you could reduce beyond that point to come up with a more fundamentally sound likeness. Actually what gives you this agency, what gives you this value, is the humanness that you both share, and you recognize this in the other person. So you can do it because you're stronger, but you cannot say I'm morally justified to do it. That's where it breaks down, is in the moral justification claim. You could say, hey, all I care about is myself. I don't care about other people. But morals are based on decisions that basically we consider to be what's right versus what's wrong, what's good versus what's evil, what normative people, what reasonable people would do in the same situation, what ought we do. It's People don't say what ought we do is, well, we ought to just discard everybody else's, although the similarities are there, We ought to just discount those and only think about what we want, and then call that morally good. We could call it fulfilling in a way. We could say it's satisfying certain desires that I might have, but to call it morally justified is a stretch that just doesn't make sense. It becomes incoherent to what morality even is. So I could see
Okay.
an emotivist or something like that saying, well, morals don't even exist. There's no such thing as morality, maybe making this argument. But if you're going to say, yes, we have morals, I'm morally justified in my behaviors, or I want to measure my behaviors against a moral standard, then that standard needs to have some kind of epistemic justification. And if you can reduce down beyond the I into what is I even? Oh, I is an agent, and what is agency? Oh, that's tied to humanness. Well, that puts all humans on the same level at that point.
Okay. I'm gonna take some notes here. I, agency, humanness, just to remind me of.
And it does tie into the other point that I wanted to clear up because I think these are related. I don't want to skip past this, but I think it's related to when I mentioned the good life. I think every person wants to live a good life. And you said that you don't think every person does want to live a good life. And I think that statement seems incoherent to me. I agree that people are very confused about what helps them to live a good life. People will chase money, fame, fortune, sex, drugs, alcohol, whatever kind of stuff. They will chase these things because it's going to give them a particular gratification or escape, which is a lot of reasons why people use drugs and alcohol or whatever else. Is they're really escaping some other pain they're not willing to deal with. But that's not really ultimately going to give them the self-respect. When you run away from something, when you hide from your problems, that's not how you attain self-respect. And people don't understand this. They think self-respect comes from accolades and all these other things that they're very confused about. Self-respect comes from being wise, being just, being fair, recognizing that you can justify all of your claims and that you treat like cases alike. This is how you could gain self respect. And everybody needs self respect in order to live a good life. If you don't have self respect, you're missing something that is valuable as an individual, something that we strive for. That that's a key part of the living this good life. And ultimately, I think everybody does want to live a good life. I think it's incoherent to say, well, there's people that just don't want to live a good life. I don't know that that's true. I think there's people that want to bury their pain, hide from their responsibilities, and whatever else. But ultimately, deep down inside, they would prefer if they were able to do this in an easier way. There's an easier way to attain a good life. And that's really what they're trying to do. They're trying to shortcut their way into a good life. It's not that they don't want to live a good life, it's that they're confused about what a good life is, or they are simply rejecting what they actually know. Because you're right, there are people who know that smoking cigarettes is not good for you, but they reject it anyway because it provides them an escapism. And they'd rather have that. They'd rather take the shortcut than actually put in the work to live what they know is a good life, which is to be physically healthy and not smoke cigarettes.
Okay. Maybe we should stay on this point for a bit at least. This question of does everyone want to give a le good life before we come back to the issue of morality. And I was gonna go into what that means, and but I think this is a pretty well-defined issue here. So let's stay on this for a little bit. Does everyone want to give life? So you gave the example of smoking, and another example I often think of in connection with this issue is being on a diet and like eating a cheesecake when you're in danger of having a heart attack. And I often use these to illustrate uh, weakness of will. I don't know if you come across that term in philosophy, but it sometimes comes up in in connection with Socrates. I think he might have been the first person who discussed this explicitly. I'm not sure, but I do think there is such a thing as well. This goes to the issue of free will also, which is a contentious issue. Do people have a choice about how they act? Do they always necessarily act in a way that they think is best for themselves or not? And I think they don't always act in the way that they think is best. And maybe the smoking example is one such case where people recognize that this is not best for myself. I know that if I want to do what's best for myself, I should not smoke. And it's not like I'm confused about what the good life is. I know the good life is not one that includes smoking. I would be better off. Now, you might disagree with this and say, smoking is not that big a deal, but let's just stipulate for the sake of argument, and I think this is a reasonable stipulation someone might make, is that smoking is actually a net negative for me, even if I get some pleasure in the moment from it. On the whole, it's better for me if I don't smoke. Yet, through weakness of will, I just don't exert using my free will, the willpower to not smoke. And I could do it, but I'm choosing not to adhere to the idea that it's better not to smoke. And then as a result of doing this, you might feel regrets later and say, oh, I should have acted differently. I should not have smoked. And it's not that they were confused about what's good for themselves. They know what's good for themselves, but they just, out of weakness, didn't act accordingly. That seems like a real thing that happens, but it seems like on your view, you're denying that never happens. Is that correct?
No, I do think I do think well we are going to have a little bit of a disconnect because while I'm not a hard determinist, I do believe in I I haven't studied it enough to really be able to give a formal definition of it, but I'm looking into compatibilism. So I
Hmm.
refer to myself as a soft determinist, but there is a formulated argument called compatibilism, which may be what I'm really talking about as opposed to soft determinism. That may be something I just kind of created myself, but basically I have the idea that we do make choices to a certain degree, but our choices are extremely limited. So the smoking example or any involves chemicals, and this basically overrides the concept of free will. When people oftentimes overcome these things, and people do quit smoking, there's external reasons why this is happening. You're getting external information, you're getting external encouragement, external support. Oftentimes, you're getting those chemicals through like nicotine gum or something like that. So you're getting it's a chemical based thing. Your choice to actually do this is extremely limited to so many other factors, which is why I believe that the free will, because of this is another issue where we may be a little bit of a disconnect, just because when when we were talking the other day, I don't remember where it was, maybe it was a video I watched of yours, or so I can't remember where. Maybe I was just in a chat watching your last live, but we you mentioned Ayn Rand's definition of free will, and I
Oh
made the
yeah.
comment that if we're going to define free will like that, then any organism with a central nervous system almost could be described as having free will, and I don't think that is really libertarian free will. In my understanding, is basically making decisions absent any external influence whatsoever. That would be my definition. So if we don't share the same definition of what free will is, then we may be having a difficult time marrying all this together.
Hmm. Yeah, so the idea of making choices absent any external circumstances.
Or external circumstances wouldn't necessarily be the best way to put that, but external influence maybe.
Okay. Okay, well that might be a different than what Ayn Rand upholds. So she does think that people are subject to what you could call external influences, like for example, um, well, sleep is one case. Like
Right.
if you're very short on sleep, let's say you haven't slept for 3 days straight, it's going to be hard to control your mind. And I think at a certain point, I don't know where it is, but you're just going to lose control of your mind. It's not going to be up to you. Like you're just going to automatically fall asleep. Your brain is going to crash. And when you're, I guess, shortly before the crash, you can't control your own mind. You can't make a choice to think or not to think. Um, so there are what you could call external influences on our ability to make choices. But if we are talking about someone who has had plenty of sleep, he's well rested, his brain hasn't been damaged in some way that might destroy his capacity to make choices, then there are choices one can make, and I mean, there always has to be some uh, conditions in place. Like you have to have a brain. Like I think in the right kind of brain. Like I don't think if you have a mouse brain, you can make choices, or a fish brain. But if you have a human brain and it's well rested and it's not damaged, then in that sort of circumstance, then you can make choices. Well, let me just pause there and see if you want to say anything at that point.
Well, I do think we make choices. I just think that our choices are extremely limited. That's why I don't, when we attach, as soon as we attach free to will, that's where I find a point of contention, which is where I think in philosophy, they redefine this as libertarian free will to separate that from just the will of making a choice. Well, we do make certain choices. You know, when I choose to eat, my body is what eventually going to tell me I have to eat, right? Like you said, like the sleep thing. But I might go into my kitchen and decide, do I want to have something healthy to eat? Do I want to have something? Do I want to eat ice cream for every meal or whatever? There are certain choices that we can make. But even those choices that we end up making, I do believe are heavily influenced by past exposure, by knowledge. Our ability to reason in general is only going to be limited to the amount of information that we've taken in. And I also don't think that we have any control over what we find convincing. So all we really could do is just basically it's all, the cumulative of all the information that we take in. Some things will and some things won't convince us of reality. I cannot go outside and convince myself that the sun does not exist, no matter how much I will myself to do it. I just can't do it because I know for a fact that I'm convinced that the sun rises and sets every single day until I'm no longer alive. So because of all these limitations, the decisions we're actually making are so limited. To call it free will to me doesn't make sense linguistically. If we just say we're making choices, well, I would certainly agree, and I think even Robert Sapolsky would agree that yeah, we make choices, but that's not the same thing as free will. It's not libertarian. These choices are highly restricted and they're heavily influenced.
Okay. So we one thing we could talk about is what is meant by choice. So I don't think there is such a thing as choice if you are a determinist or someone like Sapolsky. I don't know what exact kind of determinist he is, but I don't think it matters to this issue. If you're a determinist, I would say there are no choices because what I take a choice to be is selecting which alternative to go down. If we imagine like a road with forking paths, you can go down path A or path B or path C. I don't know how many paths there are, but there's at least two. There's not just one path into the future. But if you're a determinist, there is only one path. Excuse me. There's only one path into the future. And depending on the kind of determinist you are, you might say that that path is determined by the laws of physics. Like you might say we're just a collection of atoms and our bodies are just a bunch of atoms collected together and they're all acting in accordance with the laws of physics and they have no choice about whether they should act this way or that way. They just act as the laws of physics determine them to act, and that's what they do. But there's no forking paths model. Or if you're not a scientific, what you might call a scientific determinist like that, maybe you're a theological determinist. I'm not saying you are, I know you're not. But some people think God is what determines our actions, not the laws of physics, but God has this plan in mind for us, preordains. I think some Calvinists hold this view, predestination. And there's only one path into the future, and God, and we're just players in God's play. But there are no genuine alternative possibilities that are up to us to decide. And so, but whichever flavor of determinism you accept, I think it rules out alternative possibilities and alternative paths into the future. And that's what I take a choice to be, a selection among alternative paths. So I don't think there can be such a thing as choice if you are a determinist. And I'll pause there.
So, in an interesting thought experiment that I've been working on, because I'm actually getting ready to have a conversation about this very thing with a Christian friend of mine who's he believes in libertarian free will. So this is a much easier position for me to argue against, because it's this extreme end of the free will that we can choose anything we want basically. With it within, I think, obviously the laws of physics, he recognizes that, something like the libertarian view realizes that I can't flap my arms and fly like a bird even if I wanted to. But otherwise, everything is open to us. And the thought experiment that I ran into in reading about this is, we do have choices. Let's say, like you said, there's path A and path B, and we decided to walk down path A. And if we could magically take a time machine back to the past and put ourselves, without any future knowledge, right, just go right back to that same point that we were at when we chose path A, do you think that it's possible, uh, a statistical possibility that we would have said, oh, you know what, instead I'm going to choose path B? Because my understanding about the determinist view is that, given the same exact set of circumstances, if they repeated themselves, we would every single time choose path A, which tells us that there's really not a choice there that we're making. It's something else is guiding us to choose path A. So do you think it's possible that there's, like, let's say 60% of the time we might just randomly, arbitrarily, let's say 60% of the time we take path A and the other 40% of the time we take path B? Or do you think that, well, yeah, we would probably take path A every time, but that's the choice that we made? How would you work through that?
I think we could do something different if we rewinded, so to speak. And now the path is I think it's a convenient way to kind of visualize free will, but I think the fundamental choice we make, and this is Ayn Rand's point, isn't a physical action, like whether to walk down path A or walk down path B. It's rather a mental action that we can choose to take or not. So the mental action is to think or not. Those are the paths, so to speak, that we choose. Or she also puts it in terms of focus. We can choose to focus our minds or not focus our minds. It also might be put as we can choose to use our reason or not use our reason, just allow our minds to be guided by emotions. So the fundamental choice we make is a mental one, and those are the paths that we're talking about. But with that understanding of what a path is, it's a mental choice of how to use your mind or not. I do think that one could make a different choice if, obviously, we can't time travel and go back, but just for the thought experiment, if we could somehow travel back in time and set up the exact same circumstances that we were in when we initially, let's say, chose to focus our minds, we could the next time around choose to not focus our minds. And that's what I think free will involves. In one particular set of circumstances, you can do A or non-A. You can't do both because that would be a contradiction, but you can do one or the other, and it's up to you which one you choose. So I don't think, like the determinists, I think would have to say every time, if you rewind it and play it forward again, you're going to go down the same path. I think that's what the determinist view involves, but the free will view, I think, says, no, you're not determined to always go down the same path. You could choose the other path. So that's what I think.
Yeah, and I'm glad you clarified at the end, because I was using that the determinist view. I agree, says that you would take the same path every time, and you were saying, well, you could take path B sometimes, and I was really trying to hammer down on, well, whether you could or not isn't really the question so much as would you actually, because when you're at the point of making a decision, I agree that you could go path A or path B to a certain degree, but what path did you decide, and what caused you to decide to go down that path? So if you selected A, there's a reason for that, and which tells me that every single time you were in that position, if we reround the clock, Groundhog Day style, right? You just kept waking up, and there you are at path A again. You would continue to go down path A. It's not to say that, oh, I didn't make a choice to go down path A, but it's like, once the decision making process, your brain started going through everything, you would choose path A. Because when you mention the brain, and I agree with you, the brain is the key part here. It's not the walking part of path A, but it's the decision, the thought process. The development of the brain starts at the embryo stage or whatever, the zygote stage or where the fetus stage, somewhere in there, whatever the brain. I never had kids, so I'm not good at that kind of stuff. But I guess it would be the fetal stage. The brain starts developing, right? And so at this point, your brain development, which ultimately ends up becoming your decision making capacity, already is starting off based on your mother's chemicals, based on her own emotions, the foods, drugs or alcohol or whatever she's putting into her body is it going directly into your brain development. Then you get into where the baby's just born. The baby's not making any decisions because the baby can't reason until a certain age. So everything that you're being exposed to, do your parents, your mother and father, are they supportive? Do they come to you when you cry? Are you listening to them yell and scream at each other all the time in the next room, or do they leave you in your crib all day? I mean, there's just so many things. Then again, what kind of food are they putting into your body? Is there music playing in the background? There's so much stuff going on in the external environment that you have absolutely zero control over for a significant time of your developmental stage. By the time you're starting to make decisions, and the whole time you're making decisions, you're being flooded with all of the sensory information that's coming from the external world. So this is affecting how you judge the decisions and the values you put onto the decisions you've been making at a very early age. So this starts to then train the brain as to how it's going to make decisions. And all of this, again, so much of this is outside of your control. By the time you get to a point where your prefrontal cortex is fully developed and we are considered rational, mature adults who are making our own decisions, you're basically working with a brain that has been developed almost entirely by external forces, external phenomenon, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. So I think there are external influences on one's brain, but I think there are also internal influences uh which well, free will. So I think you can also affect your own brain by the choices you make. Um, and different people make different choices. So you might have two twins. I don't know if we talked about this in a previous call, but you might have two twins who are raised in the same environments. They have the same genes, same genetic coding. Maybe they're identical twins, basically same parents. Well, same parents, but basically same environment. Um, Yet they turn out very differently. And I think sometimes at least that's attributable to the different choices they make. And you can always try to point to some non-choice factor which explains the difference in a way that doesn't appeal to free will. Like you can say, okay, well maybe one twin had a chance meeting with some friend that the other twin never met, and that friend had a big influence on the person, and that's why it turned out so different. That's why they turned out to be such different people. Um, but I wonder if it's then, well, the term unfalsifiable just came to mind as a possible problem with that sort of viewpoint. Like it seems like if you hold this view, you might already be committed to the thesis that um, everything is determined, and so there must be some further non-free will cause that explains why things turned out the way they did, because free will is just an incoherent um, sort of idea, like the idea that someone could be in the same circumstances multiple times and yet choose differently. That's just incoherent. So we can just rule it out kind of a priori and say that there must be some kind of deterministic explanation as to why twins turn out differently. And yeah, I don't know if we want to. I don't know what angle is best to approach this from, but I want to stop there and see what you have to say.
Yeah, I think that I think the unfalsifiable would actually work the other direction to claim it's free will because I think we can look at so many actual examples of how we can affect the brain and how decision making processes are able to be affected. I think they're doing a lot of experiments in neuroscience where they can actually send signals to certain parts of the brain to get certain reactions, physical reactions out of people, and so on and so forth through hypnosis. There's so many ways that the brain can be manipulated. Split brain patient studies are another way that we could see how the brain operates subconsciously versus the conscious part of the brain. So there's so many testable, observable, and repeatable experiments that we can do with the brain to see, are there ways we can affect people's decision making and behavior without them actually being cognitively aware and making a quote unquote free will decision. And the answer, I think, is demonstrably yes. If we look at it the other way and say, well, let's just attribute it to free will, to me, that seems like to be the unfalsifiable claim. Because how do we measure that? How do we test it? And then how do we account for all of the other things that are testable, observable, and repeatable that I just mentioned?
Okay. Is free will a scientific or philosophic issue? I don't know if you can see my notes now, but that's what I just typed.
Yes, I can
Okay.
see that. And I need to start doing that because I've actually, one of the things I really enjoy about watching your streams is, for one thing, you're very interactive with the comments. That's basically what your whole stream is about, is interacting with people. So as opposed to where I can't split my attention. I've got guests coming on the panel. Generally, I have more than one guest at a time. I'll try to have sometimes I'll have a featured speaker, but then I open up the panel. So I can have as many as 6 people, 7 people, whatever it is talking. And I definitely can't watch the comments when all that's happening. So I like the way that you stay on task with the comments. That's the whole show is based around that. And then the other thing I really like is this note system that you've got. I need to start doing more of that because it does help keep things linear, especially when you have multiple people talking.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you see some value in this. And I even if you just have one person talking, it helps me because, the one conversation, it can go in all kinds of directions and it can sprawl, and it's to help keep it on track so that we can make some kind of progress. I think it's often useful to write things down, or at least for me, because I can't keep track of everything just in my head. So I think it's useful to have notes, and also for the audience, I think it can help them follow along. So this this point here on, is free will a scientific or philosophic issue? I think so. So what does that mean? Like, what does it mean for free will to be a scientific issue? There, I think it's like well, you were citing all these cases, like these neuroscience experiments, split brain experiments. Sometimes people cite the work of Benjamin Libet as evidence against free will. So these are, so if you have the view that scientific experiments settle the question on whether there's free will, that would be to take the view that free will is a scientific issue. Maybe I should say I mean, in a sense it might be, but let me add, is the existence of free will a scientific or a philosophic issue? Now, I don't think it is. So for it to be a philosophic issue is, I guess, at least in part, to say that the answer is not determined by some scientific experiment involving special scientific equipment. Any human being, it's available to any human being, whether you're a scientist with special equipment or not, to figure this out. Um, what would be another example of this? Like, is is faith a valid means of knowledge? I don't think that's something we have to figure out by scientific experiment, or um, like, do I have two hands rather than 17 hands? You don't have to do a scientific experiment to figure that out. So it's just simple observation. And I think of free will as being like that, sort of in the same category as um, how many hands do I have? It's not something that requires an experiment. It's just introspective observation. I observe the way my mind operates or the way I myself operate, and it seems like I have control and I can choose from multiple alternatives. Now, many people will say, yes, it at least it does seem that way. However, there have been some scientific experiments that cast doubt on those observations and make one think that you shouldn't take those observations at face value. Um, and here we get to a divide between different kind of opponents of free will. Like you'll have what I think is the majority of determinists who will say, yes, it does appear that I have free will when I reflect on myself. It seems like it. However, there have been these experiments that show I shouldn't take those appearances at face value, and actually we don't have free will. But then you have another kind of determinist like Sam Harris, who says it doesn't even seem like we have free will. Um, Now, I think that's a less plausible view, but I just wanted to note the difference. So, and see like where we are when it comes to just the sheer observations that we're making. Are we on the same page about those? So, I'm wondering between those two camps, do you see yourself as being more in the Sam Harris camp where it doesn't even seem like we have free wills, or are you more in the other camp where, yeah, it seems like we make decisions and choices and we have control. However, we've learned from these scientific experiments that there's reason to doubt those appearances. So there's a question for you.
Yeah, there was actually a lot to unpack there because I think you started with faith and then the observation of two hands and then into the scientific versus philosophical. And I'd like to actually respond to all that. Unfortunately, my wife just came in and she wants to do something about dinner, which I don't blame her. She's had a long day at the hospital where she works. And so I do want to actually support her, be a good husband and whatnot, because that's in my best interest. Happy wife is happy life, right? So
Understand.
but I do want to. I'm really enjoying this conversation. As unfortunate, this is a great tune-up for my conversation. I'm going to have this debate, not formal debate, but this discussion with, as I mentioned, free will, libertarian free will act,
Hmm.
whatever you want to call it, proponent of that, and being a theist, it's going to be even more interesting about how we're going to get to some kind of conclusion. That'll be Sunday, 4 o'clock. So you've stopped by that show several times. I really appreciate seeing you in the comments. And I do open up the panel, a live stream as every Sunday after the guest speaks. So it'd be really interesting to have you join because I have a feeling that most of my audience is going to be from the deterministic side. And so you might be able to help balance out the conversation because that's what I really enjoy is having this back and forth because it's helping me to learn new information and also be able to consider my own position. Is this really a reasonable position that I'm holding? So I just want to kind of clarify. I do have to cut this short, but I just in response to what you said, I'm going to set aside the faith. I don't know if you want to add that to the notes or you already have here, but set aside the faith for a minute because is that you think you specifically asked, is that a reasonable way to justify knowledge was faith? Well, let's couch that because that's a whole separate conversation really. And then the observation of two hands, I believe that's actually ultimately based on our conclusion is based on something that's empirical. So yes, we can observe. That's an easy example. We can look at our hands and say, oh, look, I've got two of these, but this is ultimately an empirical test that we're doing here. It's not just observation. I think that observation can be very dangerous if we don't back it up with something empirical, like flat Earth would be a great example. You know, everybody thought the Earth was flat because when you walk around, it seems like the Earth is flat. You know, it kind of makes sense due to basic observation. But we find out after testing our observations that the Earth is certainly not flat. And I think that free will works along those lines, in that yes, we can observe certain behaviors. And I do agree with you that Sam Harris's view, I don't hold that that view of Sam Harris is where it doesn't even appear like we have free will. I think that's kind of a wild claim, to be honest with you. But Sam Harris, from my understanding, is leaning more towards panpsychism, and so this might come from more of an idealistic or non-dualistic type of a framework anyway. At which point, that might be what's motivating him to say that it doesn't even appear like we have free will, because he's already got this presupposition. And I could be wrong about Sam Harris's position. I know he's an atheist, but I think that he's transitioning or has transitioned into more of a panpsychic or something of that nature, some kind of non-dualistic view. So that may be affecting him. But so I think it does appear, and I think that's why there's such an interesting discussion to be had around this. Is it does certainly seem like we can make whatever choice. Like, it seems like if we round the clock back to our previous example, yes, we would maybe choose B sometimes, and maybe sometimes we would choose path A, and whatever the mood strikes us, or I would be curious what justification would we have other than just simply um, question begging and saying, well, we're just making a choice. Well, what's causing us? Why did we make that choice? You know what I mean? So that's what I would continue to hammer down on. And so the other was, is it a scientific question or a philosophical question? And that's an interesting question you've posed there, because it seems to me that it's scientifically based. That doesn't mean we can't make a good philosophical argument for or against, but I do think that we can test these with using the scientific method. That's because I think you and I would both agree that ultimately this is going to be happening in the brain. And because it's happening inside a physical brain, like there's no free will outside of a brain unless you believe that consciousness is fundamental, or again, if you're a non-dualist, which I don't know what your position on all that is. I don't think we've discussed that. I highly doubt, from what I've gather from you, that you are a non-dualist, or you think consciousness is fundamental. But maybe you do. I don't know what your position on that is. But if your position is not that consciousness is this fundamental thing and free will is just floating around in the ether somewhere, that it ultimately is tied to our physical brains, then it seems like we could use science, and science could address the question.
Okay. Wow, there's so much going on here, and I don't know what the next best path to go down is if I have free will and can choose among them. But well, how much time you said your wife is calling you for dinner? Do you want to give me an estimate on like how many seconds or minutes you have left here?
The countdown is happening. Yeah, it's the countdown is happening. So the sooner the better, better for me. And she's not being mean about it or anything like that. But I should we should try and wrap this up. Now I can continue to listen to you though, while you talk, so I don't have to be engaged the whole time. And we can pick this up. Either you can stop by my show on Sunday, or next time you're live, maybe you and I can pick back up where we left off. I think next Sunday, if you can stop by, because we're literally going to be having this discussion. This is the topic. It might be a great opportunity for us to kind of pick this back up a little bit. But ultimately, we and I can make the choice to catch up whenever we want to, right?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to be doing on Sunday, but yeah, I might be able to drop by, to be determined. So,
It's 1 p.m. for us because we're both on the West Coast. So I always say 4 p.m. Eastern because that seems to be what the common time is. But for you and I, it's 1 p.m. Sunday. So if you're around,
okay. All right. Yeah, maybe I'll drop by. I just don't know what my schedule is going to be like yet on that day. So, yeah, I guess I can say a few things, but you just let me know whenever jump in, tell me when you have to go. Um, but I can try to respond to some of
yeah,
that.
I'm actually going to exit now, but
Okay.
give me like 10 seconds to get YouTube open back up so I can actually hear what you're saying, because there's just a delay because I had to close it down when I'm in your stream in your
Okay.
uh, Zoom, because otherwise there's a delay. So let me get that open back up. So just wait a few seconds before you start going into this so I can hear what you have to say.
Okay.
And thank you very much for your hospitality, as always. Always a pleasure to
Oh,
speak with you.
yeah, sure. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Okay. So I was going to say a few things while he was still on, but well, he said to wait 10 seconds. So um, all right. That's probably about 10 seconds. So I mean, I didn't have anything in particular. I had a bunch of thoughts, but there wasn't like one that I really wanted to start with. I was just thinking of what I might say if he had another minute or two to stay on. But now that he's gone, um, maybe I'll just pick one or two brief points to make and then come back to the chat. So, okay, so as for free will happening in the brain and therefore being a scientific question, um, well, let's forget about free will for a second and just mention consciousness. Now, I think consciousness requires a brain. I don't think you could have a brain if you don't have sorry, I don't think you could have consciousness if you don't have a brain, or at least some kind of nervous system. However, I don't think that makes the existence of consciousness a scientific issue. I think that's just self-evident. Actually, Descartes thought it was his axiom. I think, therefore I am. That was his starting point. I don't think Descartes was right about that, but I do think it's it's a starting point of knowledge. For Ayn Rand, it's an axiom, not the most fundamental axiom. Her most fundamental axiom is that existence exists. But as a corollary of that axiom is the axiom that consciousness exists. Because you couldn't be aware that existence exists unless you were aware, i.e., unless you were conscious. So it's very close to the base of knowledge, if not the base, like one step removed by corollary, that we are conscious. There's no scientific experiment that you have to do to figure this out. It's just self-evident. So, but consciousness does require a brain. Actually, that's something that is figured out later. Like, what is the organ most responsible for consciousness? I think Aristotle thought the function of the brain was to cool the blood or something like this, and he thought the seat of consciousness was in the heart. I mean, when you're starting out scientifically, you don't know, what consciousness is, what physical thing is responsible for it. That has to be figured out over time. Now, over time, I think scientists did figure out that the brain or the nervous system is what is most directly responsible for consciousness. And that's a scientific discovery. But simply that consciousness exists, that is not a scientific discovery. That's just a self-evident observation anyone can make. You don't have to be a scientist, do any kind of special experiment to figure that out. It's kind of like the how do I know whether I have two hands or 17 hands? You just observe it. Well, likewise, you just observe that you have consciousness through introspection. You reflect on yourself. Now, I don't think a mouse or is aware that it has consciousness. It does have consciousness, but unlike humans, it doesn't have self-consciousness. It can't reflect on itself and introspect. At least I don't think there's evidence that lower organisms like mice can reflect, yet they have consciousness. But for humans, we can reflect. So as a baby, we have consciousness, but we can't reflect on that until we get older and we start becoming more introspective. And then we can realize, oh, I've been conscious my whole life. But again, this is not something you need science, some special experiment to do, although it does involve the brain. So just because some fact about us, like consciousness, or I would add free will, requires the brain, doesn't mean that the existence of that fact requires scientific knowledge or experiment. So whether we are conscious, I don't think that hangs on some scientific experiment. How it is that we're conscious, or exactly what organ or system within the body makes consciousness possible, okay, that could depend on science, but the sheer fact that consciousness exists, I don't think that depends on science. And also, I think this is true of free will. Exactly how it is that free will comes to be and what physical organ or system in the body makes it possible, that can be a scientific question. But simply that we have free will, I don't think that's a scientific question. I think that's a philosophical question, meaning something that is just available to anyone. You don't need some special scientific equipment. Now, it is different than the case of um, how many hands do I have? I wouldn't say that's a philosophic issue because it doesn't deal with a fundamental aspect of human nature. It's a fact about humans that we have two hands, at least generally speaking, but it doesn't deal with like a core part of our identity um, in the way that free will is, at least. I think free will is a fundamental feature of human nature. So if something is both a fundamental feature of human nature and it's something that is available to um, just common observation without the need of any special scientific equipment or experiment, then I think then that's what I would say is a philosophic issue. Okay. So that's one thing that I thought of in reply to the last segment from Objective Ethics. There were some other points as well, but I think I'll just defer those till later. Maybe that'll come up in a future discussion, maybe on Sunday, or if that's when he was going to do his, yeah, I think Sunday is when he's going to do his show about free will. Maybe we can talk about it more then. But anyways, I'll just pause there for now and come back to the chat. See, we got a new like on the stream. Thank you for that. Stephen is in the chat. Oh, Objective Ethics says, thanks for another invigorating conversation, brother. You're welcome. I appreciate that. And yeah, again, thanks for calling in. Consciousness is one of the three axioms, says Stephen. Yeah, Ayn Rand identifies existence, consciousness, and identity as well. The full axiom. So you see, there's axiomatic concepts, and then there's axioms. So an axiom is a statement, a proposition. It's not just one word. Like consciousness is an axiomatic concept. Existence is an axiomatic concept. But the axiom of existence is existence exists. The axiom of consciousness is consciousness exists, or consciousness is conscious. And then the third axiom is the law of identity. A is A, things are what they are. All right. I see a bunch of chats from Steve. I don't know who else is here now, but I know at least Steve is here. And I do want to give priority to people who are here live. So I see a lot of chats from Steven, which I could engage with. But if anyone else out there wants to participate, go ahead and say something in the chat, or you can call in. I do still have a super chat goal going. There's about an hour and a half left on it. 5 super chats within 3 hours was the goal. And we're part of the way there, thanks to a super chat from Steven. So thanks again, Steven, for helping out with that. All right. I'm going to engage with some of these from Steven since I know he's here and he's the one who's been chatting most. So let me share this again. I've got three windows actually that I think I want to share because sometimes there's different things I want to share. Let's see, one, two, and three. Yeah, I'm going to share these three. Oh, Steven just put in a sticker. Thank you, Steven. A buck 49. Oh, that's a new one. I didn't know that was an increment you could choose. A buck 49. Nice. All right, so now we're 2 out of 5 on the way to the goal because I include super stickers even though YouTube doesn't add those to the counter. Okay, so let me see. He was Here's some chats about Spassky, which I addressed some. Let's see. I don't know which one you want me to talk about first. Maybe I'll go in reverse order, but you can tell me if you want me to give priority to some of your questions or comments. You say, didn't Peikoff make a big deal? Existence is identity, not existence has identity. Yes, and I don't know where he stresses that point and where Ayn Rand's, well, Ayn Rand says that in Atlas Shrugged, existence is identity and consciousness is identification. So the idea there is there's not some thing I know not what, to use a phrase from John Locke's philosophy. Locke has this idea of the substratum or the substance. And the idea is that, so I think it's sometimes called the pincushion view of entities. So take a cigarette that might have been that might have been an example Leonard Peikoff actually used in one of his lectures. So there are various qualities the cigarette has. There's the smoothness of its surface, the whiteness of the color, the the temperature of it, and all these qualities are stuck together. And but what is it which has the qualities? I don't know if that was a question which Locke wrestled with or that David Hume wrestled with or both. But I know in the early modern period that this was an issue for philosophers. And Locke, I think, had the view that there was this, what he called a substratum, and it's a thing I know not what. Like there's no terms to describe the substratum itself apart from the the pins sticking in the pin cushion, right? If the pin cushion is like the substratum, and then the pins are the qualities that we're aware of, the smoothness, the whiteness, the cylindricality. Um, but what is it which has all these qualities? Well, there's nothing we can say about that. And then I think later philosophers just got rid of that. And maybe Hume was one such. He said, well, if we can't say anything about the substratum, if we have no knowledge of its characteristics at all, then why should we say it even exists? It's not coherent to say it exists, but I don't know anything about it, right? Why why do you think it even exists at all? And so I think Hume took this view and said, well, he had what's called the bundle theory of entities. Entities are just a bundle of properties, but nothing's holding them together. There's nothing, there's no metaphysical glue that makes them all stick together. So the whiteness could fly off by itself, and the cylindricality could fly off by itself. Um, And Ayn Rand's point that existence is identity is that this is a false separation. The separation is only mental, so we can abstractly focus on certain aspects of an entity, but like I can mentally focus on the cylindricality of the cigarette, but this the cylindricality doesn't exist in reality itself. It can only exist by itself apart from the others in my mind, but in reality, it's just an aspect of an entity. So I think that was the point of stressing, or at least one point of stressing that existence is identity. They're just different perspectives on the same thing. There's no identity apart from existence, and no existence apart from identity. But they do have there is a difference in emphasis. The the existence perspective simply emphasizes that something is, whereas the identity perspective emphasizes what something is. It is this way rather than that way. Like the cigarette is cylindrical rather than square. That's part of its identity. Whereas the existence perspective just emphasizes it is. The cigarette exists rather than doesn't exist, but it can't exist apart from having some kind of identity. Well, I just use the word have, but which I guess is technically incorrect. Well, I mean, depending on what you mean by it, like you might say the cigarette has an identity such that it is cylindrical. So maybe if you speak loosely enough, you can use the verb have and say that something has an identity. But if what you mean by that is that there's something apart from its identity, which has the identity, like a substratum, then I think it would be an incorrect understanding. Okay. Steven says, "You're welcome. The increments keep changing. One time the minimum was a buck 99. Another time it was 99 cents. Now it's one." Okay. Well, that's interesting. Maybe it does that on my end too. I haven't paid close enough attention to how it works. Let's see what it looks like here on my laptop. So here are the stickers, at least on the laptop, it's even dollar amounts starting with $2. And I think the super chats are also even dollar amounts. Looks like actually you can go to $1, but then you can't type anything. But if you want to actually type something in your super chat, then you have to start at $2. And then you can go to 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Those are the increments. It's not continuous. You can't do $43.86. You can just hop from one to the other, it looks like. Oh, I was also thinking if you want to help me get to the goal here, with this counter. You could do it as a super chat and just leave it blank. Or if you do a $1 super chat, then I guess you don't have to, you can't type anything and it would still count that as a super chat. But if you do some higher amounts, even if it gives you a place to type a message, you can just type random characters or a space or maybe even nothing. I don't know that it requires you to type anything, but if you want to make this number go up here, I think you have to use a super chat instead of a sticker. So some people might choose a sticker because they don't want to say anything, which is fine. But if you do want to make this number go up, I think you have to use a super chat, but just realize that you still don't have to say anything. You could just leave it blank or type some random characters or spaces. All right. Thanks again for the $1.99, Stephen. So that gets us to 2 out of the 5. 9 likes. Nice. All right. I'm going to look at some others. Anyone else want to pop in the chat? Say hello. Let me see who we've had here today. These are all the chatters so far. Oh yeah, the Hylomorphist was here earlier. He was just here very briefly. I only remember one or two chats. Let me look at some of these other chats here. Oh, did I mention I saw your Burke versus Choi Wikipedia article? Oh, I told you that in Facebook DM. Maybe that was where I mentioned it. Yeah, so in the last I see Stephen just put in a new chat, super chat. Let me give that another heart and a like. Thank you, Stephen. And I'm quick enough now that I can reply. If you let a few minutes go by, it's too late and you can't do a reply, but I'll say thanks for this. If you do it fast, you can reply and then it'll show up with the tag here. See, now we're up to 2 out of 5, but it's actually 3 out of 5 because I'm counting this sticker. So we just need 2 more within the next hour and 20 minutes in order to get to the goal. All right, I'm going to go straight to this because Stephen put dollars on it. What is my favorite Ayn Rand essay? Wow, that's there's so many amazing essays she's written. So I'll mention some that come to mind, and then maybe I can figure it out as I'm thinking through it. I don't have like an immediate answer to that. So I can give you some candidates at least for what might be my favorite Ayn Rand essay. So one candidate would be Philosophy Who Needs It, because that was, at least partly because that was the very first thing I ever read by Ayn Rand. So that has a special place in my heart or my mind. Um, but even if it weren't the very first one I read, I think it's a great essay. It's it's a it's a great introduction to the field of philosophy, and it's not designed for an objectivist audience. She originally delivered it to the graduating class of West Point in 1974. She gave a talk to all the cadets who were graduating, and she's not assuming they're objectivists, or many of her essays I think are. Um, so it's a great introduction to just a general reader to the field of philosophy and her way of looking at it. So that would be one candidate. Um, Also, Steven says, my pleasure. I'm not really rich though, so please don't expect me to keep contributing long term. I don't expect anything like there's no duty to contribute for any amount of time, just whatever is self-interested. So that's what objectivism is all about, pursuing your self-interest. So if you think it's in your self-interest to help support the show, if you get value from the show or in values from my answers to your questions, and if you can afford it, then I definitely appreciate it. But I don't want anyone to sacrifice their own values. It's important to put yourself first. So that's yeah, just want to say that and definitely appreciate whatever you can do self-interestedly. Okay, so some other candidates for my favorite Ayn Rand essay, The Objectivist Ethics. That's an amazing essay. It's just got so many hugely important identifications about a hugely important topic, the nature of the good. I mean, it's hard to get much more important than that. What is the good? And how do we prove that? How do we justify that objectively as opposed to just having subjective feelings about it um, based on nothing or based on faith? Religion has had a monopoly on the field of morality and ethics for much of history, and philosophers have struggled to give it an objective grounding. But I think she made serious headway towards that goal. If and maybe she completely solved it. Um, I don't claim to I have like a perfect understanding of everything about the objective ethics, but I think she made a lot of important insights in establishing ethics as a scientific field, we might call it. Not in the sense that it involves special instruments, as I was saying before about scientific issues, but just in the sense that it's in the realm of reason, not of faith or just emotion. Um, I think many thinkers about ethics have seen it as it's either there's no rational basis for it, and if there is no God, then anything goes. Um, and many philosophers have thought, well, ethics is just it's non-cognitive. It's just emoting the boo hooray theory of ethics. Um, but I think she showed how it's not that. It is a rational field. It is open to reason. It's not just an issue of emotion or arbitrary postulates. So that's another candidate for a favorite essay. The objective Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. Now that's a series of essays or articles, eight of them actually, which my chat just crashed again. Got to reload that. Um, uh, and that's Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology is where she presents her theory of concepts, and I think that's hugely important. She's answering the millennia-old problem of universals. How is it that our concepts are tied to reality? So we have this concept, man, that refers to all these different things. We use the identical concept, man, to refer to non-identical things in reality. So man refers to me, it also refers to you and billions of other people. Now, what justifies our using one and the same concept, the identical concept, to refer to all these non-identical things? And some philosophers have said, well, there's really nothing identical about all the disparate things that we classify under one concept. There's just family resemblances, and it's arbitrary how we use concepts. It's arbitrary as to whether we call something a man or not. There's no objective basis for it. But Ayn Rand says, yes, actually there is. And she has a theory of measurement omission, which I won't try to explain now, of how it is that concepts work and how it is that it is objective, it's not subjective or arbitrary as to what concepts referred to. And that's a really crucial topic at on a very fundamental issue in philosophy. It just it's it's amazing how genius she is in that work, in so much of her writing. Let's see, anything else I would mention? Capitalism, that book, her essay, What is Capitalism, is amazing. Um, Man's Rights, The Nature of Government. Those are a couple other essays. Then she's got her book on aesthetics, The Romantic Manifesto. But so I don't want to go on for too long, but I guess those three I would mention are, if I had to choose right now, at least, maybe if I thought about this more, I would come up with something else. But right now, if I had to rank my top favorite Ayn Rand essays, I would say Philosophy Who Needs It, The Objectivist Ethics, and Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, treating them all as one essay. Maybe they get the gold, silver, and bronze. I'm not sure in what order, but if I had to rank them, yeah, maybe Philosophy Who Needs It, I would, if I had to rank them, I would give my top favorite. Okay, I'll leave it there for now. So I just started watching your show. When and how did you get into objectivism? I first read Ayn Rand in 1997, the summer of 1997, but right after I graduated high school and before I went off to college. And I started with the nonfiction, Philosophy Who Needs It. And then I read all her major nonfiction works. After Philosophy Who Needs It, I read The Virtue of Selfishness. And then I think it was Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. And then maybe For the New Intellectual. And then The Romantic Manifesto. And the order after that, I think I'm less certain of. Maybe it was Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, The Voice of Reason. It wasn't until a year later that I started reading the fiction. So summer of '98, I read the fiction. I started reading it in order from shortest to longest. So I started with Anthem, then I read We the Living, then I read The Fountainhead, and then I didn't have time that summer to read Atlas Shrugged, and I didn't want to read it during the school year because I wanted to be able to focus completely on the fiction without any distractions or interruptions. So I waited another year till the summer of 1999 to read Atlas Shrugged. So I think it was a pretty unusual way of getting into Ayn Rand. Um, One, in that I started with the nonfiction. Most people start with the fiction, but also in that there was a long delay between getting to the fiction. a couple years until I got to Atlas Shrugged. But that's how I got into it. And I was also listening to courses. Actually, I heard the course by Leonard Peikoff, The Art of Thinking, before I read Atlas Shrugged. So I got some plot spoilers of it, unfortunately, partly from that course, but also I think from other sources. So I was studying the philosophy a lot before I read all the fiction. So I would recommend to anyone who's new to Ayn Rand that if you can, start with the fiction so that there aren't plot spoilers. But I was very motivated to start with the nonfiction because I was already interested in philosophy before I encountered Rand, and I didn't want to read some story that wasn't directly on philosophy. There are, of course, philosophical implications in Ayn Rand's fiction, but I wanted to go straight to the explicit discussions of philosophical issues. That's what I was really motivated for. So um, I started with the nonfiction, but also maybe just because that's what was first recommended to me. Like my brother mentions Philosophy Who Needs It. I didn't know there were any other books. I don't recall, but so maybe that's the reason I started with the nonfiction. But I could have, I guess, once I encountered that book, I would have seen like in the front cover, there's a list of all her other books, and I could have chosen at that point. Okay, well, is my next book going to be a fiction book or another nonfiction book? And I deliberately chose to just continue with the nonfiction. But if you don't have a super strong reason or motivation to start with the nonfiction, I would say it's better if you could start with the fiction, at least partly because then you're just not going to get plot spoilers. How about Apollo and Dionysus as a favorite essay? That's a great essay. And Ayn Rand's one of her favorites was she was asked what her favorites are. I don't know if she was asked or she just said, but when she was when she wrote about her favorite essays, I remember she wrote her essay Apollo 11 was one. I think another maybe was it the Comper. I'm not sure about that one. And then I think she might have also mentioned Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. Maybe someone out there knows better than I do, but I know she at least mentioned Apollo 11. But uh, you reminded me of that because you mentioned her essay Apollo and Dionysus, um, which I think is a great essay. Um, so that's about so in the same summer of 1969, there was the moon the trip to the moon landing, and also the Woodstock Festival. And she used Apollo and Dionysus as these two symbols. Like one is very rational and scientific, using science and technology to get us to the moon. And then the other, you have this irrational wallowing in your emotions, wallowing in the mud of Woodstock, and um, these hippies uh, running out of food and getting getting injured at this Dionysian festival. So I think these are very eloquent symbols of the god of reason and then the god of wine, who um, I guess he stands for drunkenness and intoxication and emotion. So the reason and emotion, those are the two contrasts in here. And I think these are very eloquent symbols, and that's a great essay. So yeah, maybe I don't know where I would include that in my pantheon, but yeah, that is another great essay. Objective Ethics, thank you. He came in with a super chat with random characters or spaces. So um, let's see if I can reply fast enough. Yeah, looks like I can thank him in time, so I get the tag there. And he's done more than one super chat, including past those. So I'm going to say thank you for the super chats. All right. So he's got us up to 3 out of 5 now. But there was also a sticker, right? Yeah, this sticker. Is that where I started counting? Yeah, I think this was the. So I think we're technically at 4 out of 5 because I think this was the first super chat of my current goal. So you got 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, so we're actually at 4 out of 5. So we just need one more, and we will have hit the goal. And we got about 1 hour to do it. All right, thank you guys. And he used random characters or spaces. See? Yeah, you can do that if you don't have a certain message in mind, but you want to make this number go up, then just do a super chat and type some random things in there. Okay. When, when I asked Benswanger his favorite essay, he said all of them. Ha ha, says Stephen. Yeah, it's just there's so much to choose. It's like a banquet, right? Like an incredible cornucopia of things on the table to choose from, and it's so hard to say what is your favorite because there's just so many amazing dishes. You should see the SNL skit about the Greek gods trying to explain the Greek economic collapse a number of years ago. I thought it was very funny, says Stephen. Okay, I haven't seen that one. Maybe I'll check that out. Then he says, turns out Dionysus was in charge. He explained to Zeus, well, the spending part of the economy, I have that mastered. What's the other part? That's funny. Yeah, that's the easy part, the spending part. The harder part is the production part. Where do you get the purchasing power that you need to spend? Right now, we've got a big spending problem, and we've got trillions of dollars in debt. All these politicians making all these promises. We're not going to cut your Social Security or your Medicare. Don't worry. That's off the table. We're not going to cut that at all. That's untouchable. That's the third rail. Just spend and spend and spends. But at a certain point, the chickens are going to come home to roost. Is that the right metaphor? There's going to be a day of reckoning. And hopefully it's not going to be like Greece, right? Greece had riots in the streets for a while back in, I don't know what the year was, the 2000s or 2010s. I think they had a pension system and they ran out of money for their pension system and then they had to get bailed out in Germany, I think bailed out Greece because they couldn't fund their own pension system. So you can try to make all these promises in order to buy votes by promising people the moon, all these goodies in order to get their votes, but that can only go on for so long. Um, and now there are trillions of unfunded liabilities in this country and Social Security. I don't know how many years left it has of funding. I've heard like maybe 9 years left or something, and it's going to run out. And uh, at that point, you got to do something to change it. You might have to raise the retirement age so people don't get paid as soon, or you have to cut benefits. But you can't just do this indefinitely. So I think it needs to be phased out. Like You can't just get rid of it overnight, but phase it out over decades, and maybe current people entering the workforce won't have to contribute to Social Security taxes at all, but by the same token, they won't get any Social Security at the end of it. People who are like 18 years old just entering the workforce. And on the other end, if you're already retired or just about to retire, then you would get the benefits you've been promised, and because you've been paying into the system for decades. And if you're somewhere in the middle, maybe you're 40 years old, then maybe someone at that point would have to only pay half of what they used to pay as far as Social Security taxes go, but then they only get out half as much as they were originally promised. So there's this kind of continuum of situations for different people. And then maybe after a generation or two, the whole thing would be phased out. So if you're just entering the workforce now, then you have to be responsible for your own retirement. Maybe you get a 401k or something, but don't count on the government for retirement money. All right. What else? I'm going reverse order here. Does Plato have a point about bronze, silver, and gold people? Some people give into their passions too much, etc. So in Plato's Republic, I think that's the source of this. Plato talks about the different races of people who existed in prehistory, I guess. And there was the bronze people and the silver people and the gold people. I don't remember the details, but in what the differences were. But I guess Stephen is suggesting that some of those people give into their passions too much. I don't think people fundamentally differ in their nature as far as like reason and emotion go. I mean, there are different temperaments. I think it's plausible. People have different temperaments, and it's not purely an issue of choices they make. Maybe it's just biological. But is everyone fundamentally a rational being? I think so. Um, and everyone has emotions and reason. And I think those are just two elements everyone has, and everyone has the choice of whether or not to give in to their emotions or not. I don't really see fundamental differences between people there. I think we are self-made beings, so you might be someone who characteristically gives into your emotions, but I think that's something you chose as a result of many choices you make. You develop a certain kind of character, and you can make yourself into someone who characteristically gives into emotion, but it didn't have to be that way. And I don't think it has to be that way for anyone. And I don't think it's easier or harder for some people than it is for others to choose to act rationally rather than give into their emotions. At least starting out, as infants, I think we start out on a basically even footing. Maybe there's some micro differences, but nothing really significant, such that I would say there's like bronze, silver, and gold people. Um, at least that's my initial thought on that. Okay, let's see what else. Oh yeah, I was mentioning that Stephen he created a Wikipedia article on Burke versus Choi, which I'm going to share here. So there was not a Wikipedia article until just, I don't know, yesterday or last couple days. But Stephen created one. And we talked about Burke versus Choi, this Supreme Court case, in the last live stream. I think that was the one. And here it is. There's now a Wikipedia article. And I read it, or at least I skim read it. I read it sort of quickly once, and I liked it. I thought it gave a good overview based on what I had learned about the case. Stephen had submitted a super chat asking me to discuss Burke versus Choi. So um, that's what led me to look into this. And there's now a Wikipedia article, which I could have used as research had it existed before the last show, but now it does exist. So backgrounds, applicable legal principles, Supreme Court's concurrence. Yeah, I thought it was a good overview. So nice work. I thought of that because he mentioned another Supreme Court case in this chat here. He says one entertaining legal opinion is Scalia's dissent in PGA Tour versus Martin. I haven't heard of that one. He compares productive activity and games. I swear he read her open letter. Oh, her open letter to Boris Spassky. Okay, interesting. So, what Scalia says about this case in regard to productive activity in games. Okay, because Ayn Rand was making this point about chess having objective rules versus the Soviet Union, which didn't. And what he says made you think that he read her letter to Boris Spassky, who was a Russian chess player, for anyone who doesn't know, during the days of the Soviet Union. And she actually calls him comrade. She addresses him as comrade in that open letter to him, because that's what they called each other in the Soviet Union. Okay, so I guess that this chat came in during the call with Objective Ethics. The game is ruled by the law of identity and its corollary, the law of causality, that is chess. Each piece is what it is. A queen is a queen, a bishop is a bishop, and the actions each can perform are determined by its nature. A queen can move any distance in any open line, straight or diagonal. A bishop cannot. A rook can. That essay is really good, in fact, because it encapsulates the essentials of her philosophy in an entertaining and interesting way. Yes, part of her brilliance to be able to give great examples like that, great concretizations. philosophy is a very abstract field, but everyone knows chess. That's a very concrete thing. So it's very effective to show how these abstract principles are embodied in something very relatable like chess. Maybe that's a one reason it was included in Philosophy Who Needs It, which was that essay designed for a general audience. Um, Maybe that book in general is geared towards a general audience. I guess it was originally part of the Ayn Rand letter, the open letter to Boris Spassky. But I guess if it's an open letter, then it's also that might signify it's designed for a general audience. It's not like just for an objectivist audience. It's something that anyone can read and relate to. That never occurred to me before now. And if it's for Spassky, who's, I guess, presumably not an objectivist, or at least she's not assuming that, then it would have to be written in a kind of general way, um, which doesn't assume specific knowledge of objectivism. So, um, and the chess example is something a general audience can relate to very easily. All right, I'm looking at the latest chats from Steven. He says, "Thank you for thinking it was a good overview." Oh, your article on Wikipedia. Yeah, yeah, I thought it was good. You're welcome. Thank you for writing it. Okay. And then before that, he says, "Do you think Hitler could have read Ayn Rand at some point after taking over Germany, put her ideas to use? Could he have improved his life, etc., or was he too far gone?" I think it was too far gone. I think if you're a mass murderer, you just have to end your own life. That's the only just thing to do. And I don't think you need to have read Ayn Rand to realize that it's bad to be a murderer. So, yeah, I think he was too far gone at that point. Well, you say at some point after taking over Germany. Well, is this before he killed anyone, before the Holocaust? Do we say when did he take over Germany? In 1933? Is that when he was voted into power and started and became a dictator? I don't remember exactly the timeline. So maybe if he hasn't gotten to the point of actually killing anyone, then maybe then he could have turned his life around. Maybe there was still a chance. But I think once he gets to the point where he's killing people, I think it's too far. At least then, maybe even before then, but at least by the time he's killing people or ordering other people, even if he's not himself pulling the trigger or however people were killed, if he's responsible for people dying, then I think at that point he, there's no way he can redeem himself, except other than maybe taking his own life. Some crimes are unforgivable. So if someone does something really bad that destroys his career, can he become a rational person? Asks Stephen. Maybe. I guess someone does something really bad that destroys his career. Like, well, I guess it depends on what it is. So let's say someone destroys his career by sexually assaulting someone. Um, I just thought of, well, Bill O'Reilly or David Letterman. These are people who they were like Bill O'Reilly was on Fox News. He had a primetime show, and then there were accusations, I think, that he engaged in some kind of misconduct. I think I don't know if it was sexual harassment or what. And then he lost his show on Fox. David Letterman has a popular late night show, and then he engaged in some kind of sexual misconduct. I don't remember exactly what happened. And then he went off the air, or Dan Rather, he was a news anchor who lost his show after it turned out he lied about something. I forget the details, but I think he wasn't being honest about some reporting he did. Okay, so I'm just trying to think in terms of concrete examples in connection with this. So let's say these are these cases of people who destroyed their careers. They do something really bad that destroys their careers. And I'm not I don't know like if all these allegations are true or like about these people I just mentioned, but um, I'm not taking a view on that. I haven't looked into it closely, but let's say someone does something like that and that destroys their career. Can they become rational people? I think so, yeah. I mean, they can try to behave better than they had in the past. I don't see why not. Um, Again, I think there are limits to this. Like if you destroy your career by killing somebody, like maybe OJ Simpson is an example of this. Let's let's say he murders his ex-wife and he destroys his career in television that way. I don't think he can come back from that other than again by taking his own life. Um, so he had after he was a football player, he was a commentator on football, and I don't know if he had any other ventures, but if he murders his ex-wife and her friend or boyfriend, I don't know what he was exactly, um, then I think he can't redeem himself at that point. But if it were some much lesser offense, then I think he could turn his life around. Okay, you say a lawyer misses deadlines and gets disbarred. He has no other skills, etc. Okay. I just thought of Rudy Giuliani because he lost his license in New York, I believe, after his peddling lies about the election of Trump. Um, he lost his license to practice, I think, in New York and maybe also DC, or maybe that was just going to happen. I don't know if it happened yet. But anyways, what you said made me think of him. But let's say a lawyer misses deadlines and gets disbarred. He has no other skills. Well, he can't have no other skills. He might not have any specialized skills to that extent, but there is low skilled work and there's high skilled work. There's work that everybody can do, like being an Uber driver or picking strawberries or shoveling snow or raking leaves. Manual labor is very simple. You, you know, basically anybody can do it. Um, unless you're like handicapped. Maybe if you're a paraplegic, there's some things you can do, but everyone, barring that, can do like low skilled work of some kind. Maybe he doesn't have any high skilled work that he can make as much money at as he was able to make when he was a lawyer. But um, if he can't practice law, he can do something else. Um, Maybe it's not going to be as remunerative at first, at least, but there's something he can do, and he can start to improve his lot in life. There was some other thought that I just lost. I was about to make another point. Oh, well, if it comes back to me, I'll mention it. But so that's what I would say on that. So if someone is irrational and that causes some problem in their career, that's not a life sentence necessarily. You and this goes to the issue of free will, which came up earlier in the live stream. People have free will, and just because you've made bad choices during part of your life, that's that's not destiny. It doesn't mean you're going to have to make bad choices the rest of your life. You can turn things around and make better choices. Maybe you can even get your career back at a certain point and make a comeback. Okay, I'm gonna go backwards now because I need to plug my phone in. I'm not sharing the chat. All right, we've got about 35 minutes on the super chat goal. I only need one more in order to reach it because I got a sticker that counts as one. And maybe I'll use this also as the end of the show once this timer runs out. 35 minutes because it's getting a little bit late. Okay. Anyone else thanks for everyone for being here, by the way. If anyone else wants to pop in the chat, say hello, ask a question, make a comment, that's definitely welcome and encouraged. Maybe I should copy all these chats just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's see, the last time I did this, I got up to 623, this one. So can I go back that far? Yeah, I can. So I'm going to start from this one and then go to the end. Thanks for the likes. We're almost at 10 likes. Just need one more. All right, I'm going in reverse order here. I already read these. Oh, here's some new ones I haven't gotten to. What's the difference between self-esteem, as in the cardinal value, and the self-esteem that means you think you can support yourself and worthy of the happiness that comes? This second, Brandon said, is of lesser importance, like calcium B. Brandon is Nathaniel Brandon, who was Ayn Rand's student and colleague for many years, but then they had a break. He was a psychologist, and he wrote a lot about self-esteem for anyone who doesn't know. Oh, you said I see you just asked about Grover Cleveland. Did you answer my question about Grover Cleveland? Or no, I didn't. Okay. Oh, well, let me just say something about this self-esteem one first, and then I'll do the Grover Cleveland. Okay, so what is the difference between self-esteem as in the cardinal value? Ayn Rand says the three cardinal values are reason, purpose, and self-esteem. And so you're asking, what's the difference between that self-esteem and the self-esteem that means you can support yourself and worthy of the happiness that comes? So self-esteem is the conviction that you are able to live and worthy of living, able to live and worthy of living. I think that's how it's put, at least in some contexts in the objectivist literature. Um, but what's the difference? I'm not sure what the difference is there. Like the cardinal value of self-esteem is the value of being able to live and worthy of living, or you put it as worthy of the happiness that comes from being able to live. So I'm not seeing a difference here. The one is just flushing out the other, like what the cardinal value of self-esteem is, at least as I understand it, is that you think of yourself as able and worthy of living. To have the the view that you can, or that you are able to live and are able and are worthy of living, is to have self-esteem. in my understanding at least. You can tell me if you think I'm getting something wrong. You say the second Brandon says is of lesser importance. Like, yeah, I'm not sure why he would say that if they're the same thing. So maybe I'm missing something here. Okay, but on Grover Cleveland's, am I a fan? I don't know a lot about him. I did talk about him a little bit in a previous show, and I think I said among the more generally I was talking about presidents. Actually, if I go to the let me go to my channel. If you do a search on presidents, you'll probably be able to find the show. Yeah, I think it was this one. Trump in Venezuela, past U.S. presidents. That was from January 7th. My evaluation of U.S. presidents. The description is a little sketchy at this point. Yeah, I say here in a note, the description is sketchier from this point forward because I haven't had time to re-listen past this point and fill it in more. Maybe I'll add more later. I haven't had time to do that. So, but anyways, somewhere after the 159.43 and before the 307.27 is a discussion of past presidents. And I think I discuss Grover Cleveland there as one of the best of the 19th century. So I say, I think someone asked me what I thought the best presidents were or my favorites. I forget exactly how this topic came up, but um, I said I like the founding fathers. So there we're talking about late 1700s or early 1800s. But then after the founding period, I think I said Grover Cleveland might have been the best in the 19th century because he was free market, relatively speaking. Also, I said Lincoln. I admire him for overseeing the ending of slavery, the abolition of slavery. So I think maybe Lincoln and Grover Cleveland were the best. It might be too much to say I'm a fan of Grover Cleveland just because I don't know that much about him. You say, do you know about the scandal involving Mariah Halpin? No, I don't know about that. Now I'm curious. Okay. I just moved this into a separate window. You're seeing a different window that I'm seeing. You're seeing my analytics, but I wanted to look at this thing about Mariah Halpin in a separate window. Here, I'll change this back to the chat for now. Um, oh, geez. Okay. Well, Maybe I'll look into that some more later. I might have came across that when I was reading a Wikipedia article about him because I read all the Wikipedia articles on the presidents. Well, not all of them, but most of the presidents, including Cleveland's. And but this was years ago, so there might have been something on it in there, and I just forgot about it. James G. Blaine s- used "Mama, Where's My Pa" in the 1884 election to smear Cleveland. The smear suggested that he knocked up a girl and then refused to pay child support or something, not quite sure. One spelling I see is just Maria, Maria. Uh, yeah, it looks like it might just be Maria Halpin, Halpin. All right. Anything else? Anyone want to raise? We've got how much time left? We have 21 minutes left, and then I'm going to end the stream. So now's a good time to raise a topic. I'll I'll give you priority if you're a new person and I haven't engaged with you yet. And if you want to help me get to the super chat goal, we just need one more super chat or super sticker for any amount. And then I'll have hit the goal. Do I think it's important to read OPAR? Yes, if you want to thoroughly understand objectivism and I mean if you so I don't think I wouldn't say everyone it's important for everyone. So it depends. It's contextual. Like maybe I would say everyone should read some Ayn Rand, but then how much do you read? Well, that's going to depend on various things like your goals in life, your career. All right, Stephen, thank you. He just came in with a super sticker for $2. So I have now hit the goal because I count stickers, not just chats. And I got two stickers here, so that means I'm at 5 out of 5. All right, excellent. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. Great. Okay, so yeah, it depends on your goals in life. Like if you're trying to be an objectivist philosopher, then I definitely think it's important to read OPAR. So for anyone who doesn't know that acronym, that's Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Peikoff, which was a complete systematic presentation of Ayn Rand's philosophy from start to finish, from her most fundamental axiom, existence exists, all the way through all the branches of philosophy, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, politics, and aesthetics. And then there's also an afterword or epilogue about the philosophy of history. And it's really a one of a kind work um, on objectivism. So Ayn Rand never gave a complete systematic presentation of her philosophy. Her philosophy is it's presented at least in parts and but it's across different essays, fiction works, um, but it's not it's not all collected together into one place where you get the entire package. So that was one of the major contributions of OPAR, and it really helps you understand the philosophy, the way it's presented in that work, and you see her concept of objectivity and how it systematically runs through the entire philosophy, or at least the epistemology and the ethics and the politics. Um, so if you're an objectivist intellectual and you want to help promote objectivism in the world, then I think it's a very important work to read. Even there, people have different, like, how much do you want to promote it? I mean, do you want to just, and how do you want to promote it? Do you just want to go on social media a little bit here and there and post once a year or once every month or um, so I wouldn't say everyone who wants to help promote objectivism or just understand objectivism. I mean, the main point of philosophy is to improve your own life. It's not to promote it to the world. What's the point of doing that if you haven't made your own life good? That's really the point. That's the most important thing to do. So, um, but if you're, so I guess if we set aside the cases of people who are trying to promote objectivism, and we're just talking about someone who wants to use objectivism in their own life, but not be like some kind of activist, then is it important for that sort of person to understand objective or to read OPAR? Maybe it it's because I think it does help you understand the philosophy a lot. And so if you get a much better understanding of it, then maybe you can apply it to your own life better. Um, but I wouldn't say it's necessary for everyone to do that who wants to live by the philosophy. I think you need some amount of objectivism, but not necessarily reading OPAR, which is like a 450-page book, um, which is somewhat technical. Um, and it actually presupposes that you read ITOE, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, or at least he recommends in the foreword to the book, he recommends that you first read ITOE and as well as Atlas Shrugged. Um, so I think it just depends on. Uh, I'd say it's more important if your goal is to be an objectivist intellectual to read that work. It might also be valuable even if that's not your goal, but I guess the number of people to whom it would be good to read it is going to be less, smaller proportion than in the group of people who are trying to be activists. Um, You say you like the opening line, philosophy is not a bauble of the intellect, but a power from which no man could abstain. Yeah, I like that line too. Especially that phrase, bauble of the intellect. And especially that word bauble. If we have to single out like the most striking word, because I don't know if I had even heard that word before I read that line. So it was very striking. What is bauble if I look it up? It's like something nonsensical or um, that's my guess. or unimportant, silly. A small showy trinket or decoration. Something that is superficially attractive but useless or worthless. Okay. So philosophy is not that. A lot of people might treat it as a game. They don't really take it seriously. It's just maybe something you talk about at cocktail parties or in coffee shops, and you think, "Oh, these are what if we're all living in the Matrix?" And and um, I mean, it's I think commonly people will they think about maybe they see a movie like The Matrix and they think about philosophy a little, and then they toss it aside and say, "Ah, okay, well, let's get back to business. That's not really relevant to think about. Maybe it's just a little fun side thing to do." But Peikoff is saying, no, it's serious. It's not just a bauble of the intellect, but a power from which no man can abstain. Objective ethics, he says, another great show. Hope to have you stop by my live stream Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern to join the discussion on free will. Everyone is welcome. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's definitely good to hear. And yeah, I just don't know what my schedule is, but maybe if I'm not busy on Sunday, I'll stop by. Thanks for the reminder. Oh, my chat just crashed again. But it's now reloaded. And thanks for that reminder. And I hope it goes well. Um, whether whether I'm there or not, I hope it's a valuable show for you. See, if you're a determinist, it's already been decided, or it's already been determined whether or not I'm going to be there, and I just don't know which one it is, because there's only one path into the future on the determinist view. I have no, I can't alter the outcome. So whether I just stop by or not, it's really not up to me. Well, I think it's up to me, but if you're a determinist, it's already been decided, and it just remains to be seen which predetermined outcome is going to occur. Um, so that's the epistemic side of it. There's a metaphysical side, and then there's epistemological side. So even if you think metaphysically everything is determined and there's only one path in the future, epistemologically, you might not know what that one path is. And so you have to wait for the future to occur in order to find out which path you go down. Okay, what else? Still got how long? 10 minutes left. So I guess I'll look at some of these earlier chats, but maybe I'll give you priority. If you pop in the chat now, I want to give priority to people who are here live. So now's a good time to jump in. If you want me to say something, if you want to raise a topic for me to address before the show ends. I got one eye on my phone where I can see the latest chats, but my other eye is on the laptop chat, which I'm sharing. And let's see, I think I was up to this one about self-esteem. Oh, I guess you figured out your fingerprint problem because I just came across that message where you say your device wasn't recognizing your fingerprint. So I guess you got that to work, or unless you switched to a different device. I'm glad you got it to work though. All right, but going backwards, Okay, I read these. Oh, is that as far as it goes? I can't go back any further. So, but if I go to a different screen, this screen, objective ethics. He says, I can't even follow one chat during my stream, and you are tracking two separate chats. Man, I am such a rookie. Well, it's the same chat, it's just different parts of the chat. Like on my phone, I have it scroll down to the end of the chat, the latest chats, but the one I'm showing on my laptop is earlier. So see, these are from like 5:16 p.m. Pacific. Um, and I look back and forth because I like to engage with people who are here live. So I have my phone in one hand, and sometimes I glance at it and I see the latest chats that have come in. But if there aren't any new chats, then I'm scrolling here through earlier chats or earlier part of the same chat log to address ones that I haven't addressed yet. But I can't scroll back any further. See, it stops there because when I refresh a chat, or like when I have to reload the chat because it crashes, it doesn't reload the entire chat like from the start of the stream. It only reloads the last few hours. Uh, this was about 4 hours ago, right? The latest chat or the earliest chats I can see, but the stream started more than 4 hours ago. It started 6 hours ago. So if I want to see those earlier chats, I can go to this other tab, which has not crashed yet, at least. This tab usually doesn't crash, so I can scroll back further. See, now I'm going back into the 4 o'clock chats. Um, but I also pasted them into this other document where I have all the chats from the beginning. But this one's a little harder to read, so I think I might just use this chat window, make it a little bigger. Okay, so okay, I read these. Okay, here's one from Simon that I don't think I read yet. I think if he has a history and it would be reasonable to say he would be a threat, I would say to keep him out. Okay, what's that in reference to? Oh, is this when I was talking about, or we were talking about who should be allowed to immigrate? Like if someone has anti-American ideas. Oh yeah, that's actually something I wanted to mention at some point that it was like on the tip of my tongue, and then I just couldn't remember. I'm mixing my metaphors. It was like on the tip of my brain, and I couldn't remember what it was I wanted to say. Yes, so there is certain speech which I think can be grounds for excluding people from immigrating. Like if someone is threatening violence or inciting violence, So, but that to be valid grounds for excluding someone, I think it has to be, it can't just be general advocacy of some ideology like communism or Nazism, even if you think those are horrible and have very bad implications. If someone is just preaching these ideas in an abstract kind of way, I think that should be allowed, or at least I'm not convinced it shouldn't be allowed. But if someone says something very specific, let's go lynch this capitalist. Let's, go to Jeff Bezos's house and drop the guillotine on him. Something very specific and targeted. That I think you can say no, that's crossing the line. So incitement to violence, specific targeted speech that is physically threatening, I think you can exclude people on those grounds, but not if it's just a general non-specific advocacy of some ideology. So that's another point I would want to make. And when I was replying to Bobby Williams, he was the one who was saying he thought it was he would want to exclude certain people who have anti-American ideas, or politicians. I think he mentioned, where was that? Politicians. Oh yeah, here it is. He says, if there is knowledge that this person is a political figure from a hostile country or has a history of advocating for blatant anti-American values, then they should be barred, even if they don't violate any rights directly. So I think I differ there. I think they should be able to. I don't think they should be barred, even if they advocate for blatantly anti-American values like Nazism or communism, so long as they're not making some specific targeted threats or inciting some specific violence against a person. Otherwise, I'm concerned it's going to be subjective and arbitrary. There still might be gray areas, like some borderline cases where it's not exactly clear, but I wouldn't say just like a general advocacy, even of blatantly anti-American values, should be off limits. And by that measure, you would have to exclude many people who already are Americans. I mean, would you want to lock up those people now, or deport them from the country? I think I'm worried there's a slippery slope there. Um, and maybe once, and it could come back to bite you. Like if someone who doesn't share your values thinks that you have blatantly anti-American values, then they could prosecute you. So I think you really need to just fight it on the intellectual battlegrounds. If someone hasn't done some specific targeted physical threat or incitements, um, in order to have objective law. Okay. So objective ethics. I mean, Stephen Katz, 1957 says, I'm sure you know what's significant about 1957. Of course, the publication year of Atlas Shrugged. So that's Stephen's handle here. I'll note, although not the part I just read, which is at the end. I just read his last chat. Um, I assume that's the significance you're talking about. Okay, so Simon said, I think if he has a history and it would be reasonable to say he would be a threat, I would say to keep him out. Yeah, if he has a history of actual physical threats, but I would say not if it's just a history of advocating for certain ideologies. I think it has to be more specific than that. Like you have these I hear sometimes about these mosque imams who promote Sharia law. Um, but I guess they should be free to do that as long as they're not inciting violence. But I think some of them, now I haven't looked into this closely, but it might very well be the case that some are not just generally promoting anti-West ideology, but they're like encouraging people to go out and commit violence. That I think is specific threats that could be cracked down on. Um, Stephen says yes, confirming the 1957 significance I had in mind. Oh, Bobby put in the super chat. He he copied Stephen's super chat, which I didn't realize at the time, so I copied it myself and reposted it there. What's the CIA World Facebook? Asked Nick. Stephen Katz says, "Are any of you upset about the loss of the CIA World? Oh, Factbook, not Facebook. The CIA World Factbook. I don't know anything about that. It is in your interest to cooperate with people who share your values and goals. It is against your interest to cooperate with Jeffrey Epstein when he asks where your children are hiding." Okay, so that's back on the topic of cooperation being not always a good idea, but only sometimes a good idea. Okay, the goal has ended and I hit the goal. We got 5 out of 5, including the stickers. So thank you all for helping me get there. Thanks especially to Steven. I think he did a bunch of super chats here and stickers. Yeah, there's one. There's oh, that was objective ethics. Thank you. Steven again, Steven again, Steven again. Yeah, so yeah, thanks to you guys. All right. Maybe I should check out my Twitter, my viral Twitter post one last time before I close out the stream, see how it's doing. It was over 300,000 views at the start of the stream. It was like 301 point something views, I think. And let's see what it's at right now. Now it's at 302.4 thousand. There it is. Nice. All right. So, well, hopefully I'll be able to have some more viral tweets like that. I have an idea for another tweet. I'm not sure when I'll post it. I was doing a draft last night. I had an idea for one, and but I'm not sure when I'm gonna finish it, finish editing it. I don't know how long it's gonna be. That's one thing I was trying to figure out. Okay. Well, thanks everyone for coming by today. I do appreciate your presence and your presence with a T in the form of super chats and super stickers. Thanks to Objective Ethics for calling in, and thanks to everyone who participated in the chat or just watched. I appreciate the watch time as well. And also anyone who's watching this not live after the show. And thanks to any new subscribers Any new subscribers? Okay, so my next show will be, I guess, in 5 days from now. That's my typical pattern. So that would be Monday, February 16th. Oh, I just got I see my subscribers went up. Thank you, whoever that was. Um, so Monday will be my next show, probably. And have a good week. Until then, let me close this out. Where's my, got to navigate to the correct screen here. Oh, actually, before I close it out, I'm gonna copy the latest chats so I make sure the in case the live chat replay doesn't work, I have a backup. So 8:40, that was the last chat I copied. Thanks, Dan, for another great show, says Stephen. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're welcome, and thanks for being here, and thanks for all your super chat support and your super stickers and your questions that helped provide a lot of contents for the show. Okay, here we go. Okay, have a good rest of your day and week, and I'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.